Hey guys, what's up? Sorry I'm late. I know. I'm not late for like when there's something like the sentencing and stuff like that, but when I have to make my own schedule, I don't know. Just usually count on it to be like 15 minutes later than what I have. Just do it like that. Watch it, then I'll be on time. Um, hey, the other Sharon, Tammy Fillin. What's up, guys? Dom, what's up? Julie and Mag. It is, dude. When I was looking up, like everybody's talking about it. I mean, all the news channels and stuff. Look at that. Here's the no, it is. It's getting a lot, so I'm glad. Hey, Juicy Lucy. I was even watching that we could watch oh, I have it, like, maybe we could watch it if you want to. I was watching, I think it was no, it was Law and Crime, where, Johnny Depp's lawyer, Chew, what's his name? Ben Chew. He he was they were talking about they're mainly talking about Buster and the defamatory, like, because, his we'll read his statement. I know most of you guys have read it, but it's real quick, we'll read it sometime today, but because he uses that word, so they were talking about like what's the chance that he could sue, for defamatory statements and stuff, and so they had Ben Chew on there like giving his opinion and stuff. So yeah, it's getting a lot of attention. Hey Jane Doe, hey Peyton. What's the shirt, Zev? What do you mean what's the shirt? What's the shirt, Zev? Like the shirt that I'm wearing, or what do you mean? Yeah, well, here's the thing though. I'm gonna play a clip, I think it was Court TV. I have a bunch of clips I wanna play, and then I wanna, like, read through all the documents with you guys first. But the guy said so, you guys may have already heard it, but and it might be on more than just Court TV. That's the only thing I've seen it on so far. Um, Steven's lawyer, well, Sandy Smith's lawyer, what's his name? The one that's representing him. I forget what his name is. Alan, wait, Eric Allen or something. I don't know. I have to look it up again, but we'll be seeing him. Well, he said that. Now I forget who told him, but was it somebody in SLED? Now I have to watch it again, but we'll watch it together. Where they said that something came out during the Murdaugh trial, and that the person wasn't allowed to say yet, but there's like they found a piece of evidence about the Stephen Smith case. Now they didn't say if it linked back to Buster, but and then I guess the lawyer asked, "Hey, is it like I would imagine it's through his phone, right? Through Alex's phone or computer," and the guy didn't answer. Almost like gave an answer where it probably was. That's probably where they got the piece of evidence. Did you guys see that? So they found a piece of evidence on Murdoch's probably phone or computer or whatever that links back to Stephen Smith's case, and they're not allowed to say it yet, which makes sense because why all of a sudden the trial's done and then they changed it to homicide? You know what I'm saying? Which if I was watching some videos today and they said it's really rare that they change it like that. So I mean, it's a really big deal that they did it. So, um, yeah, so they found something during the Murdoch trial and the Murdoch evidence, whether it be the phone, computer. So I'm anxious to see. So does it link to Buster? I don't know. But the reason people are, bringing his name up is just because there was people that called in that said that they heard like kids are afraid to talk and there's kids that know. So I mean, whether it's just a rumor, it's made up, no, it could just be like not even true, but like because the rumor is that there's kids, like, that Buster if it was let's say the story, Buster and some kids, like, what if one of those kids started talking or told a friend, and then they told a friend, and then it got back to, like, one of the parents, and then they called in. So they were just getting, like, tips where Buster's name kept coming up. But it could be nothing. It could just be because the name and everything going on, people wanted to point the finger. Um, Paul's name comes up too. I was just reading a post where somebody said that Stephen was friends with Paul, and Stephen's car broke down, so he called Paul, and then there's a bunch of, I know that baseball people, but I know that the same story goes with the Buster. So somebody was posting that it was Paul, and somebody was posting that it was Buster, but that either Stephen was friends with one of them and called him when the car broke down, and then they showed up with like a bunch of kids. They just got off of baseball practice, but some people were saying that was Paul. So I mean, who freaking knows? But we're gonna go over everything, and um, Alex's video was on Paul's phone. Wait, what are you talking about? Crimes have consequences? No, I'm talking about Stephen Smith, not like the audio. We're talking about the evidence that Stephen Smith's lawyer, or Sandy Smith's lawyer, said that I think he said that he talked to somebody from SLED. Like I said, we're gonna watch that part of the interview, but they said that they found a piece of evidence about Stephen Smith's case during the Murdaugh trial. That's what I'm talking about. And then the guy asked, was it from Alex's phone? And he didn't really answer, or the way he answered, he thought like he was saying, yeah, probably from the phone or the computer or something. Because so yeah, that's what I was talking about there. Oh, the video of Stephen was on Paul's phone. I was correcting it. Oh. What video of Stephen? See, I don't even know what you're talking about. There's a video of Stephen on Paul's phone? Is that like fact, or is that just a rumor? Oh, thanks, Michael. Oh, was it Paul's laptop? Well, they said during the Murdaugh trial they found it, and they said, was it on the phone? Maybe he didn't say Alex's phone, but was on a phone, or either computer. And it sounds like the person didn't answer it, but the lawyer thought that that's probably where they found a piece of evidence. Did they really say what it was, though? I thought they said they couldn't say what it was. Are you sure they? Someone said the video of Stephen. What video of Stephen, though? What's the video of Stephen from that night, though, or what? Crimes have consequences. What's the rumor going around that it was? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, I heard about that, but I just thought that was all rumor because I don't think they've said. So let's just not like jump to conclusions that that's what the evidence is. Um, because I haven't. I remember hearing about that. That's a rumor about the tape or whatever. But when that lawyer said, he didn't say what it was. I mean, they don't know what it is. So let's just not pass that along, because I don't know. I don't that would be something to spread that, if, because that is just like a rumor, I think, right? But what the lawyer said isn't a rumor, that I wouldn't hope he wouldn't spread a rumor, or a lie. I mean, I trust what the lawyer said, that he really talked to somebody. I think he said SLED. Like I said, we'll listen again. And that they did find a piece of evidence. So that's actually fact. What it is, we don't know. Hey, Maz, what's up? Okay. Yeah, I know. Me too. Yeah, we're gonna watch that video too about the arclet. Yes. Okay, let's go over some of the documents, though. I'm gonna read through them. Have you guys read through all like the documents from? It is a Court TV interview. The one that I'm talking about. Yeah, it's from Court TV or Law and Crime, I think. It's with that guy. What's his name? He does like the guy and girl do those special reports on Law and Crime or Court TV. I think that's all linked, right? The dark hair guy, the younger guy, it's on his little show, is what I'm talking about. Uh where he says that. Or was it Court TV? Was it I don't know. It's one of them. I've watched so many. It's either that one or the one with the Court TV with that guy. Sorry. I'm getting them all confused because I watched a lot of them today. So they're all like merging together. Okay, so I have to I have to have facts. Hi everyone. Hey Gigi. Yeah, that's why I want to read through some of the documents so we have like the facts and stuff. All right, hold on. Let me bring up um I don't know what I wanna do first. So I have the autopsy report we could go through, the, what else? You know what? Let's do just the kinda, like, timeline and report, before we do the autopsy. Alright, hold on. Let me do let's do this. Here, I'm just gonna go in order what I have on in my files, because then it'll help me keep track of everything. Now, I know most of you guys read this, but let's just read it real quick. I have tried my best. So this is the Buster's statement that he made. And I don't agree though. I do not agree with like people going to the trial and then like like yelling at him. Like that was ridiculous. Where people would go and they're waiting outside the trial, and then they're yelling like Buster, like yelling at him about Steven. Like let justice happen. Like you're gonna end up ruining something. Like you know what I'm saying? And don't. I mean, you're gonna get charged with harassment and then maybe defamatory stuff. Like I don't agree with that. I hate. Yeah, that bothered me. Anyway, so here's Buster's statement. I have tried my best to ignore the vicious rumors about my involvement in Stephen Smith's tragic death that continue to be published in the media as I grieve over the brutal murders of my mother and brother. I love them so much and miss them terribly. I haven't spoken up until now because I want to live in private while I cope with their deaths and my father's incarceration. Before, during the before, during, and since my father's trial, I have been targeted and harassed by the media and followers of this story. This has gone on far too long. These baseless rumors of my involvement with Stephen and his death are false. I unequivocally deny any involvement in his death, and my heart goes out to the Smith family. I am requesting that the media immediately stop publishing these defamatory comments and rumors about me. So, in that interview with Court TV, so it was Court TV that had on, or wait, no, maybe it was the Lawn Crime that had on Ben Chew. It was a Lawn Crime. It was that dark hair young guy and that girl, because he kept saying like the dream team, and he was talking about all of them. So, but he was talking about because how Buster chose to use the word defamatory. So they're wondering if he's going to try to do, sue people for that. So, um, all right. So let's have, we'll go through all of this. So here's like some of the, oh, yeah, oh, this is another friend. So here's some of the notes from the, why doesn't this not let me zoom in? Can you guys read it here? Let me go like this. It's like some of them save and they don't let me. It says 200 feet down from where Stephen was found, states the impression was in an ant mound. Also says another print was not visible because of rain. Contacted Angela Carroll in reference to Stephen Smith's death. Information from Stephanie Smith states a boy named Brendan asked if Stephen and Buster Murdaugh ever had any type of relationship. Attempted to call Brendan, no answer, left a message. So here is the drawing that they. And why aren't they letting me? I'm really mad it's not letting me zoom in. Here, I'll just go like that. So here's the drawing from the scene. And I want to go to the Google Maps too. I want to do at the end. But it just shows like how his body was in the road. Okay. Um I don't know. Let's go over this stuff first. Okay, why does it keep doubling up? Does it drive me nuts? Okay. So here's like a timeline that was in one of the groups here. Ooh, see, some of them zoom in and some don't. It's so weird how some of them save different. So here we go. I'm glad this one works. So 3:57. So remember, this happened July 8th. So 3:57 a.m. Hampton County Communications. A man called 911 to report seeing a white male lying in the middle of Sandy Run Road. At 4:07, Michael Bridges of the Hampton County Sheriff's Office responds to scene first, although there are conflicting reports about what time he arrived. 5:15, so that would be South Carolina Highway Patrol, was notified by Lieutenant Bruce Brock, also of the Highway Patrol, of the incident. 5:18, Booker notifies Michael Duncan of the incident. 5:37, gets a call from Allen of Highway Patrol telling him about a possible hit and run on Sandy Run Road. Allen tells Duncan that the only injuries to the victim were around the head area. 6 a.m., Duncan, on the way to the scene, calls Booker, said he was told it appeared to be a homicide, and SLED was taken over. Booker says he was advised there was a possible gunshot wound to the victim's head. And then at 6:08, Moore is advised by Allen that Mate is en route and that Allen is almost at the scene. Moore leaves his home and heads to Sandy Run Road. Allen informs Moore that it is a homicide, not a hit and run. Moore tells him to make sure that the coroner and HCSO are also ruling it a homicide. So at first they think it's a homicide. They think it's a gunshot wound to the head. And then later you'll see that they find out that there is no gunshot, and then they label it a hit and run. But yeah, so first they did. Okay, 6:12, SLED crime scene was requested by Chief Deputy Bill Jarrell to assist in the investigation of a possible homicide in Hampton. James and Brittany, both of SLED, respond to the scene. The note said that Chief Jarrell, Perry Singleton, and several other personnel from HCSO were on scene. 6:25 a.m., Moore arrives at the scene and speaks with Hampton County Coroner Ernie Washington, who tells him it's a homicide. Washington points to wound on Smith's head and calls it a gunshot wound, showing Moore the entry point. Hampton County Deputy Coroner Kelly Green showed Moore photos of the body and pointed to an entry point on Smith's head and also to a defensive wound on Smith's head. Moore asked Green if they were sure it was a homicide, and their response was yes. Moore advises Mate they're no longer needed. Moore then walked the scene and saw no evidence of any car parts or pieces, and then had all units clear the scene. At 8:25 a.m., Talon and Burke arrive at the scene. Talon notes that an EMS worker stated that a projectile wound was located on the victim's head. The HCCO moved the victim prior to SLED crime scene arrival. That went backwards. Hold on. Why do I don't have number 2? Oh, here it is. Okay. Upon entering the scene, agents observed that the scene was secured by HCSO personnel in yellow burial tape. The SLED agent wrote the victim was covered with a sheet. A hole in the skull was located above the victim's right eye. SLED agents wrote, it was still unclear at this time if the hole was caused by a projectile. The victim's right arm was covered in blood, and agents were unable to see any injuries. SLED agents noted minor injuries to victim's left arm, left hand, and head. They searched the area for cartridge cases. The victim's hands were bagged. The coroner searches through the victim's clothing and located a vehicle key in the victim's front left pocket. The key is turned over to the HCSO personnel. No other evidence was located at the scene, the SLED agent wrote. So prior to leaving the scene, agents discussed their findings and completed a walkthrough. So 9:18, agents released the scene to HCSO and leave. And then 9:20, agents then responded approximately 3 miles to the victim's vehicle on the side of Bamberg Highway. After receiving a search warrant, agents searched the area and vehicle, the SLED report said. The gas tank door was open and the gas cap was hanging on the side of the vehicle. The vehicle's doors were locked. The key located on the victim's pocket was used to open the vehicle. The vehicle was in park. The battery was functional. However, the vehicle would not start. They found Smith's wallet in the car. Singleton took the wallet, according to the report. No other items were taken from the vehicle, the report says. 9:40, agents leave the scene of the car after doing a walkthrough with Singleton. The South Carolina Highway Patrol Allen tells Duncan and Highway Patrol that they're not needed at the autopsy, according to SLED and HCSO. 10:30 Highway Patrol. Moore notes that Washington told him that this is when Joel and Sandy Smith were notified of their son's death. 11:20, so they were notified at 10:30 is when uh Sandy was notified. Or Joel and Sandy. So 11:29, Talon and Burke attend autopsy at MUCSC. That was, remember, that was the same hospital that um wait, it was one of the Murdaugh. Hold on, because remember they said, oh, I don't know, it doesn't matter. Okay. Talon notes the weather was cloudy and 92 degrees. It was determined that the wound in the victim's head was not caused by a fired projectile. The pathologist stated that it appeared that the victim was struck by a vehicle. Talon contacted Singleton to tell him that Highway Patrol would need to be contacted to investigate. They collect the gunshot residue kit from MUSC. Okay. So 12:30 MUSC autopsy report. Dr. Aaron Presnell begins the autopsy on Stephen. Cause of death, blunt head trauma due to motor vehicle crash. See, I didn't realize that this goes through, because I was going to go through the autopsy, but this is going through a lot of that. But we'll go through it a little bit and see after this. So 7.25-inch laceration on the right side of Stephen's forehead, along with bruises on both sides of his forehead. Right side of skull has multiple fractures, bruising, and contusions. His right eyebrow is cut. His right shoulder is dislocated. He has small cuts on the inside of his left arm. He has cuts and bruises on his right leg. He has cuts on his right arm, including a 6-inch irregular cut on inside of his right arm. He has cuts on his right fingers. 12 3-inch aggregate or irregular to angulated abrasions on right arm. Blood in the airways. Man, in light of historical information in the autopsy findings, it is the opinion of the pathologist that the decedent died as the result of blunt head trauma sustained in a motor vehicle crash, which the decedent was a pedestrian struck by a vehicle, the autopsy report says. At 1:43 p.m., SLED agents leave MUSC, and take evidence to their forensic lab. All right. So now at 4:15, Sergeant Moore is called by David Rao of the Highway Patrol, who tells him that Hampton County Sheriff T.C. Smalls called him and told him that the autopsy showed Smith's death a result of a hit and run. Moore calls Smalls. Smalls tells him that the doctor was rolling it a motor vehicle accident and they were turning it over to us. Moore then calls Singleton and asks for any notes or information he had. Singleton tells Moore he wasn't at his desk and would call him back in 30 minutes. Moore calls Washington and asks him if the hit and run was his rolling as well. He stated he would have to go with the doctor's ruling, Moore wrote. I then reminded him that earlier that morning they were certain it was a gunshot wound, and he told me he had to go by the opinion of the doctor. Moore asked where Smith's body is. Washington tells him it's been taken to the funeral home per the family's wishes at the time of death notification. Moore calls Peoples Road and Funeral Home and speaks with funeral home director. He asked the funeral home director if he has the clothing Smith was wearing, and it was told it was in a paper bag with the body. Moore instructs him to immediately stop their preparations on the body and cover him up. Moore tells Rao to go get the clothing. Moore calls King to advise him what was occurring. Moore calls Presnell to try to understand what made her decide Stephen was killed in a hit and run. She said it was not a gunshot wound and no bullet or fragments were found during the x-ray, and that it didn't look like a bullet wound in her opinion, and that since the body was found in the roadway, She could only theorize that it had to be a motor vehicle that caused the death, Moore's note said. Moore asks about any other injuries on Smith, and Presnell tells him only partial dislocated right shoulder. He asked Presnell if she found any glass fragments or any other evidence of a motor vehicle, and she stated no. I then asked her why she was ruling it as a motor vehicle accident and what she thought caused the head injury, he wrote. She told me it was not her job to figure that out, it was mine. Rock notifies Booker that the victim did not have a gunshot wound according to the autopsy. Booker contacts Burns and Moore to gather further information. Moore calls Singleton again. When Singleton doesn't call him back, he gets a voicemail. He instead calls Smalls to see if he can get the information. Smalls said he'll call right back, but doesn't. So Moore calls Smalls again and gets a voicemail. Moore instructs Rao to go back to the scene and make sure the body had been marked and to start looking for debris in both directions. Rao calls later and tells him he could find no debris at all. Moore calls Mitch Altman and tells him to go to the scene and see if he could find any debris. Altman goes to the scene and calls him back, stating he could find nothing. Moore tells him to go to the scene and sit there between 3 and 5 a.m. to document what type of traffic was moving at that time in the morning. At 6:30 p.m., the Highway Patrol Booker and Duncan consult to formulate a plan of action. A Highway Patrol flyer is made asking for tips in the case. 7:28, Highway Patrol King calls Moore and tells him that Brock with mate would be calling and tells Moore to get in touch with someone from SLED to get them to come out the next day. Moore talks to Booker and explains the scenario to him. They decide to meet at the funeral home at 9 a.m. the next day and to ask SLED to meet them there. So Moore calls Croft to ask which agents were at the scene that morning. Moore calls Burke. She tells him that she and Talon were called at 6:10 a.m. by HCSO and that they arrived on scene at 9 a.m. Burke said she didn't think Stephen's injury looked like a gunshot wound. She stated they told the sheriff and coroner and that they didn't believe it to be a gunshot wound. She said they were adamant it was a gunshot wound, so they mapped the scene and began to gather evidence as they would normally do. She tells them they located Smith's car on US 601 and that the gas cap was off. They found engine oil in the vehicle but could not get the car to start. They believed he was walking home when the incident occurred, the report said. Moore asked Burke if she can come to the funeral home the next morning. CHP finds nothing at the scene. Moore calls Rao and Payne, tells him to go back to the scene to locate debris or anything out of the ordinary. They call him back to tell him they didn't find anything. He tells them to meet him at the funeral home. Burke meets with Moore at Peoples Road and Funeral Home in Hampton to provide documentation from the original crime scene and to transfer evidence. Booker meets at Peoples Road and Funeral Home with Moore, Duncan, Rao, Burke to examine the body. Mate takes photos of the body in Smith's clothes. They talk to Burke about her findings. Moore describes Smith as there were no visible injuries to the deceased other than his head wound and small amount of road rash on both arms. Duncan talks to Stephen's family and they reject the ruling that Stephen would have been hit by a car. Moore writes, I turned the clothing over to Duncan, and after a discussion by all parties as to why this did not appear to be related to a motor vehicle. So Moore, Rao, Booker, and Duncan go to Sandy Run Road to document the scene and look for any evidence at the scene for approximately 100 yards in both directions. Wait, was that? Hold on. Yeah. So they find nothing. July 10th, Stephen's clothes and iPhone sent to SLED. July 11th, Stephen's wake is held at the Peoples Road and Funeral Home Chapel. The family keeps his casket open so that people could see what they did to him. July 14th, Stephen's first death certificate issued. The first of 3 death certificates for Stephen Smith was issued by Washington to the family. Date of injury, July 8th, 2015. Actual or presumed date of death, July 8th, 2015. Time of injury, 3 a.m. Actual or presumed time of death, 3 a.m. Cause of death, blunt force trauma, probably pedestrian and motor vehicle accident, possibly struck by side mirror. Manner of death, pending investigation. How injury occurred? Subject was apparently hit by a motor vehicle, possibly a truck. A man who describes himself as Stephen's boyfriend, the family disputes this, was interviewed by Duncan and Rao. The man says that Stephen was harassed in his town and said people screwed with Stephen's car battery. He offered to give the officers his phone and take a lie detector test. I'm telling you, man to man, I didn't kill him. The man says that he's done a lot of drugs and had brain injuries. He said that Stephen was being harassed on the night of his death at Snyder's Crossroads on the way to Waterboro, South Carolina. He said Stephen was harassed by rednecks in a big truck with big mud tires. And then July 17th, first mention of the Murdaughs. 11:03 a.m., Highway Patrol. Duncan travels to Hampton County and interviews a member of the Smith family at the DMV office, a substation for the Highway Patrol. Let's see. Duncan didn't ask any follow-up questions and never mentioned this rumor in his notes. July 22nd, autopsy dispute. Proctor visits Presnell at MUSC to get some sort of clarification on the Smith case. Proctor wrote that Presnell spoke in a negative tone and basically called him a liar when he said that he'd already spoken to Hampton County Coroner Ernie Washington. I asked her why she stated that in her report, and her answer was, because he was found in the road, Proctor wrote. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. Proctor said that he explained to her that law enforcement officers had no evidence of this individual being struck by a vehicle. As I was leaving, she stated the report was preliminary and it was my job to figure out who struck him, not hers. Coroner said he doesn't agree with the final autopsy. So August 18th, the coroner tells Proctor that he did not agree with the final autopsy results in Stephen Smith case. The final autopsy report said that Stephen's cause of death was blunt force head trauma, motor vehicle crash, pedestrian versus vehicle. It said the manner of death, which is either homicide, accident, natural, suicide, or undetermined, was still undetermined. The pathologist also states in the report that in the light of historical information along with the autopsy, these conclusions were made. Proctor wrote, to what historical information she possessed, I am unaware. Proctor then spoke to Kelly Green, Hampton County Deputy Coroner, and a SLED agent who both attended the autopsy and said they didn't make any reference to the pathologist about the victim being struck by a vehicle, only that he was found in the road. Proctor also wrote in his report that Green was fired sometime between July 22nd and August 18th, according to the autopsy. Green was responsible for evidence transfer in the case. Man, there's a lot of stuff let's see. So the family members say that Stephen was recently acting secretive and started coming home late. Stephen's relative didn't believe the person who said that they were dating. Oh, so this was, sorry, I kind of got that out of order. This was supposed to be before that one. Oh, well. So anyway, Stephen's relative did not believe the person who said they were dating Stephen and said the family was skeptical of him. When asked if they've had been contacted by a lawyer, the family member tells police that Randy Murdaugh was the second person to call Stephen's father after the coroner on the day of Stephen's death. He said he would take Stephen's case free of charge. The family was skeptical of Randy Murdaugh's offer and thought it was weird. Duncan does not include this in his case notes. Stephen's relative tells him that she just officially left the house for the first time since Stephen's death the day before and went to the store, and a bunch of people kept coming up to her saying, "Did you know the Murdaugh boys are behind it?" Saying Buster Murdaugh, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends. Stephen's family member didn't seem to believe this at the time. I'm just sitting here like, why? It makes no sense, she said. He's never said anything bad about Stephen. He's never been around Stephen. When asked who told her that, she said Stephen's friend, another kid who she named, and a couple of other people. Let me have a sip of my coffee real quick. Rao did not make a note of the Murdaugh tip in his written notes. I just don't understand why they didn't make a note. Like, why were they avoiding at least writing it down? It's just a call and a tip. Shouldn't they write down all the tips, you know? Um, okay, so shortly after 1 p.m., Duncan calls Stephen Smith's mother, Sandy Smith. Sandy says she's skeptical of the man claiming to be Stephen's boyfriend. She tells police Stephen was going to school in Orangeburg and hung out at Bobcat Landing a lot recently. She said Stephen had been recently cutting school, which was unusual for him. Sandy says that Stephen was smart and a study person who was typically serious about school. Sandy mentions that a man at Bilo was giving Stephen trouble, but they became friends. Sandy told Duncan that she heard rumors about the Murdaugh boys had something to do with Stephen's death. The rumor that's going around Hampton that everybody keeps coming up to me and saying it was Murdaugh boys, she says. Duncan responds, the Murdaugh boys? Yes, whoever they are, she tells Duncan. Here, let's read this autopsy real quick, and then we'll go back to the rest of those documents. This is from Fitz News. So this is the actual. Hold on, let me read. Yeah, I'll read this one first, and then we'll read down the autopsy. So it says, I went down to MUSC on this date to meet with Dr. Presnell. She's the pathologist that performed the autopsy on the victim in this case. The reason I went and spoke with her was due to a preliminary report where she stated that the victim was possibly struck by a motor vehicle mirror, which was the cause of death. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger, so you guys could read along with me. Okay, here we go. There we go. So Sergeant Moore had already had, from my understanding, a heated conversation with her about this issue. The mate team was always had a good working relationship with MUSC. So I wanted to see if I could go down there and get some sort of clarification. As soon as Dr. Presnell came into the room, she began in a negative tone, stating that I did not have a meeting scheduled and that she was very busy. She stated that she could not even begin speaking with me about this case without the coroner's consent. I advised her that I had spoken with the coroner, Washington, the day before, and she basically called me a liar and said she would call him right then. When I asked if she wanted me to call from my cell phone, she backed off. I asked her why she stated that in the report, and her answer was because he was found in the road. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. She asked why we did not think it was a vehicle strike, and I explained to her that we had no evidence of this individual being struck by a vehicle. I asked her if someone with a baseball bat could do that, and she stated no. When I probed further, saying, what about someone in a moving car with a bat? And she stated, well, I guess it's possible. She then asked if we found a bat as evidence. I could see that this conversation was not going to yield any positive results. As I was leaving, she stated that the report was preliminary and it was my job to figure out what struck him, not hers. Okay, so here is the Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine. So let's see. We have brainstem with associated parenchymal hemorrhages, cerebral contusion, right temporal lobe, extensive skull fractures, scalp and subgaleal hemorrhage, right forehead laceration and posterior undermining, irregular abrasions and contusions of the right and left arms, right shoulder dislocation, blood in the airways, head x-rays, no projectiles, gallbladder cholesterolosis, postmortem toxicology, negative. Motor vehicle crash, so this cause of death, blunt head trauma. due to motor vehicle crash, pedestrian versus vehicle, manner of death undetermined. Case history. According to the coroner, the decedent was a 19-year-old male who was reported to be lying in the road by a passerby driving a wrecker around 4 a.m. on July 8th. Authorities responded he was deceased at the scene. The decedent's car was 2 to 3 miles down the road and was out of gas. The decedent appeared to be heading to his home. Please see the coroner report for additional details. Okay, so then we have external examination. The body is that of a well-developed, well-nourished teenage white male who weighs approximately 152 pounds, 69.5 inches in length, appears compatible with the stated age of 19. The body is identified by the coroner. The body is clad in khaki shorts. A black sneaker on the left foot, matching right sneaker accompanies the body, in a black Nike t-shirt. 2 paper bags are around the hands, removed for gunshot residue swabbing by SLED personnel. The body is warm to the touch. Rigor is partially fixed in all extremities and jaw. Diffuse, unfixed purple liver extends over the posterior surfaces of the body, except in areas exposed to pressure. The scalp hair is blonde and up to 5.5 inch in length over the crown. I can't see what does that say? I can't read what that word says. I don't even know what the letters are. Indus? I don't know if that's an N or a R, but whatever that are blue. The right, irids, I don't know. And the right pupil is larger in diameter than the left. I wonder if that's normal. Huh. The right pupil is larger than the left. The cornea are clear. The sclera and conjunctivae are unremarkable. And I know I'm going to pronounce a lot of words wrong with these medical terms, so forgive me, guys. The nose and ears are not usual. The nose and ears are not unusual. The lips and gums are intact. The teeth are in good condition. The deceased has beard and mustache stubble. The neck is without masses, and the larynx is in the midline. The thorax is symmetrical with an antero-posterior lateral ratio of about 1 to 2. The abdomen is flat. The penis is unremarkable. The testes are bilaterally descended within the scrotum. The anus and back are unremarkable. The upper and lower extremities are well developed and symmetrical, without absence of digits. Sometimes I have to look on this computer because it's blurry. I can't read what letters that is, but whatever that letters, you can't tell if that's a E or C. Few stria distensae are over the interior shoulders. A 0.6 inch scar is on the medial left knee. Evidence of emergency resuscitation and or medical therapy is absent. So they didn't try to resuscitate him, looks like. Evidence of injury, a 7.25 inch laceration extends across the superior mid to right lateral forehead, involving the right eyebrow. Posterior undermining is marked. Bilateral periorbital hematomas are present. Reflection of the scalp reveals bilateral frontal, parietal, occipital, and right temporal scalp and hemorrhages. Fracture extends along the lateral right frontal orbital bone. Right temporal to the posterior aspect of the occipital bone. I'm going to skip some of this. So you have cerebral contusions are on the inferior aspect of the right temporal lobe. Brainstem shows stretching at the midbrain. Was associated with parenchymal hemorrhages, skull fractures. The right shoulder is dislocated. A 6 inch irregular contusion is on the anterior right arm. A 12 3-inch aggregate of irregular to angulated abrasion is over the dorsal right arm. So this is the stuff that was in the last documents, all that stuff. See if there's anything new here. So he had contusions, 1/2 inch on each effect dorsal right, fourth, and fifth fingers. The dorsal left forearm, he had abrasions, no projectiles. Let's see, on the autopsy, let's see, khaki shorts, 2 black sneakers. They did the paper bags are from hands, right and left fingernail clippings, pulled scalp hair, oral, rectal, and penal swabs, dried blood spot on filter paper, and CD with the digital autopsy images. No adhesions or abnormal collections of fluid or in any of the body cavities. All body organs are present and normal. So the head, let's see, hemisphere, no organic lesions. Just seeing what, let's see, neck. Devoid of hemorrhage, it says on the neck. Not like there's anything else because the hyoid bone's intact, everything's intact. Cardiovascular. That looks like the chamber's usual size. Everything is pretty good there. Let's see. Respiratory. Oh, remember the right and left lung. So this one is the right and left lung. So yeah, see the right's weighing more than the left. Remember how, because the right, yeah, because the left shares a space with your heart. Remember, because Kylie's lungs were the opposite, and we were trying to figure that out because most of the time, the right lung is a little bit bigger because of it has more room because the left lung shares like area with the heart. I just wanted to see if it was the same, if his was like that too. But yeah, his is the common way. Okay. So the airways contain blood and froth, but are otherwise clear of debris and foreign material. Let's see. Let's see. The pulmonary parenchyma is dark red purple, exuding slight to moderate amounts of blood and frothy fluid. No focal lesions are noted. And then everything else looks normal for the respiratory. That looks normal. Says for the alimentary tract, the esophagus is lined by gray white smooth mucus. 20 millimeters of thick tan fluid and blue gum fragment. Wonder if that's normal. Blue gum fragment. Huh. The small and large bowel are unremarkable. Pancreas, everything else is normal. Okay. The kidneys. Yeah, looks like that's all normal. Spleen. Yeah. Endocrine, everything else seems. Here's the musculoskeletal, excluding finding under evidence of injury, the bony framework supporting muscular soft tissues are not usual. Okay. So yeah, he had hemorrhages, skull fractures, scalp and subgaleal hemorrhage, right forehead laceration, abrasions and contusions of the right left arm, right shoulder dislocation, blood in the airways, and gallbladder, whatever the gallbladder, I think that's like just something. It says gallbladder cholesterolosis. Maybe that's just something he had something going on with his health. Maybe I don't know what that is. I have to look it up. A urine screen for common drugs of abuse was negative. Toxicology analysis of peripheral blood was negative. Peripheral blood. Toxicologic analysis of peripheral blood was negative. Oh, so they took blood. Okay. Blood ethanol was negative. So not drinking, no drugs. Um, so there we go. So then of course they said head trauma. I want to see what that is, that gallbladder. Any doctors in here? It's just got to be something health wise that he was going through personally, right? Or whatever. Is it? I don't think it was due to the incident, but I just want to see what it says it is. Sounds like it's maybe a cholesterol. I don't know. Gallbladder cholesterosis is happens when cholesterol accumulates in the gallbladder, forming polyps. It is often symptomless, but pain, indigestion, fever, and jaundice may occur. If so, treatment may be necessary. Cholesterolosis does not usually cause symptoms. So that's what he had going on. It says the cholesterol polyps are common with a prevalence ranging from 9% to 26%. The polyps are commonly found coexisting with gallstones. Huh. High amounts of cholesterol could cause it, or in just the natural aging process. So, okay, so that's what that is. All right, hold on one second. Let me put what we already went over so I could keep track. Oh, wait. I have other links too I want to share. So we went over the Buster. We went over all of this. And hold on, I'm just putting these in a folder so I have it. Okay. Went over that. So next, let's do oh, we did this one. Hold on. Put that in there. Okay. So here's just some notes. So this one is from 12/18/2015. So remember, it happened July 8th, 2015. So that's like 6 months later. 5 months later. A little over 5 months. This is when this date. So I received information from Corporal Duncan about an individual, Daryl Williams. He is stating that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that Sean Conley struck and killed Stephen Smith. Now, remember, these are just allegedly, these are tips. I mean, not saying any of these are fact. It's just like tips. It's a part of the case files now because people were called it in. Okay. So just please nobody go looking for these people and harassing them or anything, just let let law enforcement take care of it. But okay. So Patrick Wilson told him that Sean Conley struck and killed Stephen Smith. Mr. Williams stated that his son told him this in confidence and that his son had moved out and he did not know where he was staying. He can only tell me that Patrick attended some Christian school in Ridgeland. Wait, I want to read this again. Hold on. So an individual, Daryl Williams, okay, he is stating that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that Sean, okay, so an individual, Daryl Williams, is stating that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that Sean Conley struck and killed Stephen Smith. Okay, Mr. Williams stated that his son told him this in confidence and that his son had moved out and he did not know where he was staying. Wait, he doesn't know where his own son was staying now? Wait, his son told him this in confidence and that his son had moved out and he did not know where he was staying. He can only tell me that Patrick attended some Christian school in Ridgeland. Okay. I drove down to Ridgeland and went to Step of Faith School. Patrick Wilson was not a student there. I then found Legacy UAll Baptist Church School. Patrick is a student there, but was not at school today. I then drove to Hampton attempting to locate an address book or an address for Patrick. I could not get his stepfather to return my calls. Mr. Williams stated that the reason that he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdaugh told him to call. Oh, this is the one that Randy told him to call. So, do we know, is this just a setup to take the heat off of somebody else? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why this makes it, like, harder to believe that it's true. They could be, like, setting up a scenario to try to cover for someone else, you know? Just bull crap. The truth's gonna come out, I have a feeling, now that Alex is in, jail or prison. Okay. So Hoffman and I went to blank and so this is 6/13/2016. So this is almost a year later, this note comes, okay? So Hoffman and I went to blank in Varnville, South Carolina, in an attempt to interview Dontario Aiken. There was a Hyundai Genesis parked in the front yard, and within minutes of the being at the subject's house, his family began arriving. We had no answer at the residence, and I made contact with the subject over the telephone. Mr. Aiken advised he was working with a logging company, Brunson Forest Products, and we met him on South Carolina, probably 3 at the railroad tracks in the town of Beldock. Mr. Aiken advised he did not have any knowledge of who killed the victim. Mr. Aiken advised he learned of the death through Facebook. Mr. Aiken advised he was working with BLT Logging Company as part of a swamp crew, cutting a tract of woods in the Ravenel during the week of the victim was murdered. Mr. Aiken advised his logging company, BLT Logging, gave all employees their own private room in a hotel on US 17 in West Ashley, between a Waffle House and a Speedway, and was rented by TJ Thomas Pennington. So wait. He gave all employees their own private room in a hotel in West Ashley between a Waffle House, okay, and Speedway, and was rented by TJ Thomas Pennington. He added that he came on the weekends and stayed in the hotel all week. Mr. Aiken remembered that he worked changing trailer tires in Eastville with Deontay Williams on the Saturday he was home that weekend or that week, and afterward went straight home. Wait, I read that all weird. Mr. Aiken remembered that he worked changing trailer tires in Eastville with Deontay Williams on the Saturday he was home that week, and afterward went straight home. Mr. Aiken advised he knew the victim from Wade Hampton High School. Mr. Aiken said he played football and advised the victim was a trainer with the football. Wait, is this the wrong? Who's Mr. Aiken? Hold on a second. I'm trying to think, who the heck is Mr. Aiken, though? Like, why? Okay, let's just finish here. Maybe it'll make sense. Okay, so Mr. Aiken advised he knew the victim from Wade Hampton High School. Mr. Aiken said he played football and advised the victim was a trainer with the football team. I asked Mr. Aiken why someone would kill the victim, and Mr. Aiken replied he had no idea. I asked Mr. Aiken if he ever goes out partying in the country, and he said it has been a long time since he's done that. I asked Mr. Aiken if he was friends with anyone with the last name Murdaugh, and Mr. Aiken said he went to school with a girl with the last name Murdaugh. I asked him if he knew any boy with the last name Murdaugh, and he said he knew one that graduated with the victim. Mr. Aiken said he was not friends with any Murdaugh subjects on Facebook, but later tried to look on his phone to see. There was no cell signal to check. I later looked on Facebook and saw the subject as friends on Facebook with Buster Murdaugh. Wait, was he saying the subject, Steven, or what? Who's the subject? Oh, maybe Deontay? Let's see. Mr. Aiken stated he never hang out with him or went to any parties hosted by any Murdaugh subjects. I asked Mr. Aiken what rumors he had heard around town about the victim's death, and he advised he has only heard he was hit by a car. Mr. Aiken portrayed himself as a hard worker who, when not working, sleeps and visits his girlfriend. At the end of the interview, I turned off my audio recorder and a follow up question was asked, and I pushed record button on the audio recorder. The second recording was edited and in at the end of my original interview. So, what was the point of this guy? What did he didn't even offer anything. An attempt to interview Dontario. I mean, what was the point of this? Did he even offer anything? Didn't see anything. Huh. That seems like, I mean, what did they get from that? Well, all right, so let's see what this is. Received an email in reference to an anonymous tip. States, oh, here we go. Dontaria Aiken, along with another black male and a white male, Murdaugh, are the ones involved in the death. This tip is referring to Stephen Smith. That's why. Okay, sorry. I'm not familiar with all the names yet. So that's why they interviewed him. Contact 4P's route briefed him on this. But wait. I want to see something real quick. Hold on a second. Because did that say which one of this one? Hold on. So it says I wonder how. Ontario Aiken. Wait. And where? Hold on. Just want to. Ontario Aiken. Yeah. Okay. So that was the one they interviewed, but he was talking about that other name. Sorry, I just want to like get it in my head who everyone is. Where's that other name at? So we have Dontaria Aiken, and then we have hold on, Dontel Williams. Okay, he worked with Trailer Tires. Okay. So he is saying he knew the victim. He's acting like he doesn't really know if he's claiming so this Aiken guy is claiming that he doesn't know the Murdaughs at first. He's like, I don't know anyone with that last name. He went to school with a girl. And then I asked him if I knew any boy with that last name. And he said that he graduated he knew one that graduated with a victim. But why would see he's already lying? Okay, he's asking if he knows anybody with the last name Murdaugh. He doesn't say girl or boy. Hey, do you know anybody with the last name Murdaugh? Oh, I went to school with a girl. But don't say, like, why are you not saying that you know Buster, or that, because then you're asking if a boy, and you said, yeah, I knew one that graduated with the victim. He was not friends with any Murdaugh subjects on Facebook, but later wanted to try to look on his phone. I later looked on Facebook and saw the subject is friends on Facebook with Buster. So he basically lied. He said he was not friends with any Murdaugh subjects on Facebook, but later tried to look on his phone to see. There was no cell signal to check. So he's basically saying, "Oh no, I'm not friends with him on Facebook." But then he knows he's probably lying, obviously. So he's acting like, "Well, let me check on my phone. Oh, no cell service." But then when this guy goes and checks, he's seeing that he is freaking friends with him. So he lied. Mr. Aiken stated he never hang out with him or went any parties hosted by him, though. Huh. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. And then this tip is saying that another Dontario Aiken, along with another black male and a white male, Murdaugh, are the ones involved in the death. This tip is referring to Steven. So that's, like I said, we don't know if these tips are legit, but we're just going through all the notes that was taken. 8/7/15. So this would have been the next month, almost exactly a month after it happened. Contacted Angela Carroll in reference to Stephen Smith's death. States a boy named Brendan asked if Stephen and Buster Murdaugh ever had any type of relationship. Oh, I already read that one, but earlier. Okay, so let's see. Actually, this one goes first. This one. Okay, this was actually. Yeah, this is just stuff, kind of summary of stuff we already read this document, so I'm not going to read this again. Talking about how there's no bullet fragments. Okay. All right, so now we'll this. We'll read Sandy Smith's letter to FBI. Okay, so this was September 28th, 2016. So almost, a little over a year and a month. No, a year and a few months after the incident. Stephen Smith's mother, Sandy, writes to FBI. So I'm going to read that real quick to you guys. Okay. Stephen Smith murder investigation. Is this big enough that you guys could see if I do it? I want you guys to be able to read it with me. Okay, so hopefully I'll do it like this. Makes it a little bit bigger. Okay. So, dear sir or madam, my family is in desperate need of your help. My 19-year-old son, Stephen Nicholas Smith, was murdered on July 8th, 2015 in Hampton County, South Carolina. It has been apparent from the first week of this investigation that authorities are covering up critical evidence and we no longer know who to trust. Stephen's father, my ex-husband, who is now deceased, and I were first told that our son was shot to death after running out of gas in the early hours of the morning and exiting his vehicle. Later that day, we were told it was a hit and run. Finally, investigators determined that he was beaten to death. He was attacked so violently that the entire side of his face was rebuilt with putty for his funeral. Hampton investigators asked us at that time to continue to publicly say it was a hit and run. They claimed that they didn't want the killer to know they were looking for him. There have been no named suspects. The first call my family received after the murder was from authorities notifying us of Stephen's death. The second came very quickly the same morning from solicitor Randolph Murdaugh. In fact, he called my ex-husband's cell phone as we waited in the police station for a positive identification. He said he heard of the case and was interested in working pro bono as a liaison between the family and the investigators. Wait, working between family and the investigator. Okay. Stephen's father accepted the offer, although we were unsure why Mr. Murdaugh wanted to help us. We also weren't sure how he found out so quickly, even before it was confirmed to be our son. Surprisingly, after just a few interactions, Mr. Murdaugh stopped returning our calls. Within days of our son's death, Stephen's twin sister, Stephanie, was approached multiple times by peers telling her that Solicitor Murdaugh's nephews were responsible. As a family, it was suspicious to us he had taken such an immediate interest in the case and then became unreachable so quickly. These suspicions reached new heights weeks later when Stephen's older brother Chris was approached at work by a young man he did not know. This person told Chris he was present with Stephen. Let me see if I get it. It's like there's no in between. Okay. He was present when Stephen was murdered and witnessed everything firsthand. He said that solicitor Murdaugh's nephew, Buster Murdaugh, who graduated with Stephen, beat Stephen to death with a baseball bat. He claimed it was because Stephen was gay. Stephen was, in fact, gay. The witness said that they were out smashing mailboxes when they came upon Stephen, and Buster seized the opportunity. The young man told Chris that Buster threatened to kill him if he ever spoke up. This information was given to investigators, but nothing has come of it. In reviewing a copy of the 911 dispatch log, which I have enclosed, tab A, page 2, I found that the first responding officer, Michael Bridges, arrived on the scene within a minute of 911's dispatch, even though in the Hampton County Sheriff's Office incident report, tab B, he claimed to have driven around for a while trying to find my son's body. The second officer, Jason Eubanks, arrived within 2 minutes. This is suspicious to me because the area where my son was placed is extremely rural. Cops do not patrol that area frequently, and it's not likely an officer, much less two, would coincidentally be patrolling there prior to 5 a.m. They had to be in that area at that time for a reason. I suspect they were there because they already knew Stephen was there, and I suspect the Murdaughs were the ones who told him. Wow. The Murdaughs are probably the most prominent family in Hampton County. Stephen had on more than one occasion mentioned to friends and his twin sister that he was involved romantically with someone from a prominent family in the county who was hiding his sexuality. He said that it would shock people to know this person was gay. We suspect this could be the young man Stephen was referring to, though he never named him. At the beginning of the investigation, officers told us that they would not have access to Stephen's text message for approximately a year. Wow, that's a while. Huh. I wonder why it takes that long? They claimed they would have to send the phone to Apple. Oh, Apple. See, Apple products, they make it so much harder to get into, which is good for us and our privacy rights and stuff. But like for cases, that's always they're always like iPhones that have the most issues getting into phones and getting information. Okay. So often investigators claimed it was uncertain which department had the phone. They have since produced the phone, which they still have not sent to Apple, but still claim they cannot access it. We feared then and still fear now that they have and will continue to delete critical information from the phone. It has already been over a year, and we have no knowledge of who Stephen interacted with by phone call, or text prior to his murder. Since the murder, Buster has gotten rid of his old vehicle, which is critical because, according to the witness who approached Chris, they were traveling in Buster's old vehicle that night. It also is critical because Stephen was found 3 miles from his vehicle on the morning of his murder. There was no blood splatter on the crime scene despite his brutal beating, which makes it clear he was transported to that site. We believe there is DNA in Buster's old vehicle. I think it's important to note that Stephen's wallet was found in his own vehicle and his gas cap was open, further suggesting he did not leave willingly. Stephen was very skittish and would never have walked down the road in the dark, and it's not likely he would have opened his car door to accept assistance from someone he did not know, especially alone on a dark country road. He was even known to walk through the woods during the day to stay out of sight. His autopsy shows his toxicology reports were negative for drugs and alcohol. So I have no reason to believe he would have done something so completely out of character. Since Stephen was placed on the highway, it became a highway patrol investigation. We thought this was beneficial to Stephen, since local authorities obviously have their own agenda. However, this did not help our case at all. This case was mysteriously bounced from investigator to investigator without reasons or notification. It would repeatedly get to a certain point, then the assigned investigators would bow out, perhaps not wanting to take on Solicitor Murdaugh. I was approached in September 2015 by a gentleman claiming to know about a criminal case decades ago that was swept under a rug to protect a different member of the Murdaugh family. This came as no surprise to me. I see history repeating itself with my son. No one here is trying to solve our case. Therefore, I contacted Governor Nikki Haley that same month with a plea for help. I wrote her a letter telling her basically word for word the story I have just explained to you. She responded promptly and assigned the case to new investigators. While it appeared to be the answer to our prayers, very little progress has been made, and they say they have exhausted their leads. I cannot fathom how that is possible. Our concerns regarding Solicitor Murdaugh and his family have not been investigated, despite witness accounts which include an alleged conversation between a schoolmate of Buster's little brother, Paul, and school officials. Wait, so between a school wait, where between a schoolmate of Buster's little brother, Paul, and school officials. Okay. I was told he claimed to have knowledge of the murder and implicated Buster as the murderer. Those school officials were said to have discussed the statement with the student's family, not police. We have heard no further follow up to this situation. Interestingly, according to my source, Paul was transferred from that school to a private school after the alleged statement. I didn't know that he was transferred. Did you guys? How's everybody doing in chat? Are you guys, is this interesting to you? Yeah, you're right, Rambling Rome. You are right. Oh, yeah, they did call him handsome, huh? But his name was Buster. Because, yeah, one of them was I don't know. Did they call him handsome or Buster? I remember hearing both of that. All right, so where are we at? Oh, da 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 da. So, yeah. We believe Solicitor Murdaugh's influence extends to the pathologist, Dr. Erin Presnell. Yeah, I don't trust her. Like, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. But like her, so quick to be like, oh, just because he's found on the road, we're going to just rule it a hit and run with no other evidence. And it sounds like she kind of had an attitude, you know? Okay. Um, a Presnell of MUSC who performed Stephen's autopsy. Though Deputy Coroner Kelly Green and SLED agent Brittany Burke, who were both present for the autopsy, have gone on the record to state that neither made any mention of a car striking Stephen. Dr. Presnell ruled his death a hit and run. She was combative. I can't say that right. Um, combative with the highway department investigator Todd Proctor. Yeah. Regarding her findings when he pointed out that the only trauma was to Stephen's head. He asked how she came to that conclusion, and she said it was because he was found in the road. That alone was her reason. She insisted hit and run despite the fact that neither his injuries nor the crime scene support that finding. The coroner disagrees with her determination, and it is documented multiple times in the case file that there were no skid marks or vehicle debris consistent with a hit and run at the crime scene. Dr. Presnell herself confirmed to investigator Proctor that she found no glass or other fragments on the body to suggest a hit and run. It is simply not possible that a vehicle struck solely his head. Coroner Ernie Washington informed investigator Proctor that Dr. Presnell told him she would change her report to read however he wanted it. Wait, let's read this again. Coroner Ernie Washington informed investigator Proctor that Dr. Presnell told him she would change. So the coroner informed the investigator that Presnell told the coroner Ernie that she would change her report to read however he wanted. That's bullcrap. Copies of investigator Proctor's summary notes, which document his discussions with Dr. Presnell and Coroner Washington, are enclosed. We desperately need your help. This investigation is being deliberately derailed. We need someone to hold the investigators accountable and access Stephen's phone. Solicitor Murdaugh is widely known, and it appears this is playing to his advantage. We need someone who doesn't care about his family's name to take this case seriously. In July 2016, I wrote to Attorney General Loretta Lynch in the hopes that she could and would help us, but there has been no response. Um, I have enclosed the key documents I mentioned above, but I can provide copies of all case documents I have at your request. We also have new information which we discovered in the past few weeks that we feel is critical to this case. However, I no longer trust the investigators here. I am holding it as I await your response. I can be reached at blah, 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 and I thank you immensely for your time and help. So she includes 911 dispatch call log, the incident report, crime scene notes, autopsy final report. Okay. So we have that. Got that done. That was a good letter that, she wrote. All right. Now, okay, let me put that used. You guys want a little funny thing to laugh at for 1 second real quick? So this was posted in group. I have to show you because it's just funny. About Alex or whatever. Okay, so I don't know who did it. It was just in one of the groups, so I don't know who to give credit to for this, but oh my god, it made me laugh. Here, look at this. Just lighten it up a little bit for a minute. Alec Murdaugh, busy bee CrossFit, only 4 minutes, 283 steps. Why is it just funny with his head and all these, like, I don't know. 1 minute using the bathroom, 1 minute running in place, 1 minute running on a treadmill, 1 minute jumping jacks. I thought that was so funny when the prosecutor's like, were you doing jumping jacks? Oh, wait, there is a watermark. Who does that say? Because I want to give them credit, but I can't. It looks like it's DRE, dream something. Dreams time or dream summertime or something. Isn't that kind of funny though? What do you guys think? All right, so let's get back to the series. I just figured I'd just take a minute and lighten it up for a minute. Okay, so now let's see. Just finish the file. So this is so we'll do the Google Maps at the end. I want to just see the area and see. Right. And then here is the incident report. Let's see. Day of the week, Sunday, victim. Let's see, 5'8", 165. We got blue eyes, brown hair. Says on July 8th, between the hours of 1 and 4 a.m., an incident took place involving the victim and an unknown subject or subjects. The victim was found in the middle of Sandy Run Road, deceased from some sort of blunt force trauma to the head. Responded to the scene. I saw no vehicle debris, skid marks, or injuries consistent with someone being struck by a vehicle. The victim's shoes were loosely tied and both were still on. And that's another thing that they said, like, most people, when they get hit by a car, their shoes fly off. And the fact that his shoes were loosely tied, I'll show you a picture. I'm sure you guys saw that picture. Like, they weren't even tied. I mean, they were loose. You'll see, like, how did his shoe, if he was really hit in the hit and run, his shoes would have flew off. So that's another thing. Anyway, they were both on. After consulting with me, we see no evidence to suggest the victim was struck by a vehicle. The incident is still under investigation with supplemental report to follow. Like I said, now that we know that they changed it to homicide, so that's good news for the family and for justice. Okay, let's see. Did I already read this one? Sees Corporal Donald called me to advise that he was told it appeared to be a homicide and SLED was taking it over. I was advised there was a possible gunshot wound to the victim's head. And then Duncan then discontinued his trip to the scene. I then advised Lieutenant Brock of the updated status of the incident. Yeah, that's all thanks, Tula Bear. The Murdaugh Murders podcast on YouTube is phenomenal. And has a set Stephen play. Yeah, I've watched it actually. Thank you, Tula. Yeah, I actually watched it. I think most people here have watched it because when we started like talking about Murdaugh, people recommended it. But yeah. Okay, so let me go back to so we have that. Just go through all these and then I have some links that I want to. This is according to the family, Stephen would never have been walking in the middle of the roadway. States he was very skittish. So we saw that from her letter. Okay. Actually, this one is have that. What is this? Oh, this is that thing from the trial and Buster being well, here I'll read it. I just thought I would it doesn't necessarily have well, actually it does have something to do with this case because the reason that Buster is being harassed is because of this case. But anyway, synopsis 3/5/2023, so just March the 5th, just recently. At approximately 10:21 hours, at the request of the complainant, I contacted him by telephone in reference to a photo of him in the newspaper. Interview of complainant, victim Richard Buster Alexander Murdaugh Jr. Buster stated he was aware of a photo published in the New York Post that appeared today. Buster said the photo is of him inside his residence at Gumtree Road in Hilton Head. Buster said he and his girlfriend review ring camera video from the residence and observed a suspicious gray Dodge. Oh shoot. Sorry. Skipped. Challenger outside the residence at approximately 18:39 hours yesterday, which would be what 6:39 p.m. Buster believes the occupant of this vehicle took the photo. Judging on Buster's position in the residence when the photo was captured, no other identifiable vehicle or suspect information was noted. Buster contacted the sheriff's office for assistance. Oh lordy, it keeps doing this. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Officer's action. I advise Buster the sheriff's office what extra patrol the residence and for him to contact the sheriff's office if he or his girlfriend know anything suspicious outside the residence. I advise Buster on trespass procedures and if a suspect is identified, restraining order procedures. I provide Buster with a sheriff's office case number and advised him how to contact the sheriff's office if any further assistance is needed. I advise Buster this report will assist in restraining order procedures if he decided to proceed further. Additional information. Approximately 11 a.m. hours reference. Brooklyn White contacted the sheriff's office to advise she and her boyfriend Buster were being followed by the media in a gray Chevy SUV on US 278 near Spanish Wells Road, heading off island. Aaron was in the area, identified the gray Chevrolet SUV speeding and making an improper lane change. Aaron made a traffic stop on the PV Holding Corp rental car and identified the driver as Nathaniel Ryan Jones by his LADL. In plain view, Aaron described a bag in the front passenger seat similar to a camera bag. Jones was only warned for the traffic violation and released. So, and I think the main reason they are like following him is because of this case, right? Oh, already, that's just like a, okay. So yeah, here's the shoes. So you see, they're not even laced, are they? I guess they are laced all the way, but look how they're loose right here. I mean, they would've if he was hit, they would've flew off. Here is where they found him. This car. And that's another thing, somebody pointed this out, and that it was a good observation. If he indeed just, like, ran out of gas, look how far he's pulled over. But I guess, well, maybe not, because let's say you realize, like, you are running out of gas, then you wanna pull off the road because you're gonna be on the side of the road. But I don't know. Oh, he didn't run out of gas, though, but if he thought, yeah, hold on a second. So we know he had gas in the car. So if his car was just dying for some reason, I guess he could have rolled over here to get it off the side of the road. Or did he pull over to meet someone and then just couldn't start the car back up or something? Because it's like he found a spot where you would pull over. You know what I'm saying? If you needed to stop, and because if your car just broke down, what's the chances you're going to find a spot right here that you could pull over? But I mean, who knows? Maybe. Okay, so oh yeah. Yeah, so then wait, what does it say? What did you say? GP or gas cap was undone, causing stalling out. Yeah, but I was under the impression that he probably took the gas cap out. Are you saying that maybe he forgot to close it up? Maybe? And then he didn't even realize it was out? Yeah, because if he that's true. I always was thinking like he got out and took the gas cap off, but why would he have? First of all, he wasn't out of gas. Second of all, he didn't have gas to put in, so why would he have taken off the cap? He would have waited till we went and got gas if the theory of, "Oh, he was walking to get gas." He didn't have it yet. So, yeah, that's true, respect. Maybe it was off and he didn't even realize. How people forget to put their gas cap on? But I've done that, and, yeah, I've seen people. Does it necessarily do that, though? Like, a lot of times you could just still drive fine with the gas cap off, but maybe it does cause stalling off sometimes, stalling out. I don't know. Um Or someone could have undone it, yeah, I guess, but what would have been the point of someone undoing it? Unless if they were wait a minute. Did they ever find out why they couldn't start the car? Because what if whoever did this to him was put something in his gas tank, so he couldn't get it started? You know what I'm saying? To ruin his car. So what if they put something in there, not maybe not planning to kill him, right? Things got out of hand. And then he ended up dying, but their whole point was just to pick on him and then to like, put something in his car so he couldn't start it maybe. You think? Wonder if they ever tested, like, anything. They never said why his car wouldn't start. I don't think they knew, but do you think they, like, got a I hope they still have the car so they could use it as evidence and do some testing. Do you think they still have it as evidence? Because they could check to see if there's anything in the tank. Like, if somebody put something in the tank, if it I don't know if it would've still be able to figure that out, but, like, sugar, yeah, something, and it seemed like they were kinda confused, like, "Oh, it didn't start. There's gas. The battery was fine at the time." You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't the battery, it wasn't the gas. So, yeah, dude, I bet you they did. I bet you they were just picking on him, harassing him. It got out of hand, but they put something in his gas tank just thinking, "Ha, we're not gonna let him start his car," and then things got too far and he ended up dying. Because I don't think their intent was like, "Okay, we're gonna kill him." It probably just got out of hand? And they did end up killing him is what I'm guessing. Like, I don't think it was, like, premeditated, like, they went to kill him. Wow, okay, yeah. Alright, so here's those posts. These were in some of the groups. So somebody posted, he said, He called Paul for help once his car broke down. Now, these are just like, take it with a grain of salt. These are just Facebook groups, not factual, just people posting. So don't take these as facts. You just never know who's telling the truth or where they're getting this information, or it's probably just a rumor. So sometimes rumors end up being true. Sometimes there's a little bit of truth in it. You just never know. But anyway, he called Paul for help once his car broke down. A bunch of jocks showed up with Paul, having left baseball practice, and beat him. That's it. And then somebody says, no, he called Buster because they were low key friends or so or so were the rumors at school. So who knows? Those are some of the rumors going around. Oh, this is that one that we read about, uh, Williams. That's so weird that he doesn't know where his stepson was. Like, he moved out and he doesn't know where he was. I guess. I mean, I guess not all families are close. Unless if he just knew and he didn't want to, he was making up the story because Randy told him to, and he didn't want to, actually have them go out and talk to his stepson. Okay. Let's read this. So this is from March 22nd. So just a few days ago. Or what's today's date? Yeah, 2 days ago. It says, SLED provides details in Stephen Smith's homicide investigation. In the interest of accuracy, understanding, and the continued mission of seeking justice for victims of crimes, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division is providing the following information. On July 8, 2015, the Hampton County Sheriff's Office requested SLED's crime scene unit to process a death scene involving a body that was found on Sandy Run Road in Hampton County. SLED crime scene agents were dispatched from SLED's headquarters and responded to the scene. Upon arrival, SLED crime scene agents processed the crime scene. The primary mission of SLED is to provide quality manpower and technical assistance to law enforcement agencies and to conduct investigations. SLED's crime scene unit routinely responds to requests for assistance from local law enforcement and fellow state agencies to process crime scenes across South Carolina. The involvement of SLED's crime scene unit at a scene does not automatically indicate a SLED investigation. On July 8, 2015, SLED crime scene agents attended the autopsy of Stephen N. Smith, where medical examiner Dr. Aaron Presnell concluded Mr. Smith died from being struck by a motor vehicle. Due to the medical examiner's determination, the Hampton County Sheriff's Office requested the South Carolina Highway Patrol to investigate Mr. Smith's death. SLED was not requested by the Hampton County Sheriff's Office or the South Carolina Highway Patrol to investigate Mr. Smith's death in 2015. On June 23, 2021, SLED opened an investigation into the death of Stephen Smith after SLED agents received information about his death and subsequently reviewed the South Carolina Highway Patrol investigative file. From the Highway Patrol case notes, it was apparent that the Highway Patrol did not believe Mr. Smith's death was a hit and run by a motor vehicle. SLED's investigation into the death of Mr. Smith was never closed. It remains a homicide investigation. Progress has been made, and SLED's investigation is active and ongoing. Since the beginning of SLED's investigation, the goal has been to find out how Mr. Smith died and to find the person responsible for his death. To that end, SLED Chief Mark Keel has assigned additional SLED Low Country regional agents to work this case in hopes that those who may know what happened to Mr. Smith are more willing to speak freely now than they have been in 2015 or 2021. So if you have any questions regarding the death of Stephen Smith, please call SLED at 803-737-9000 and ask for investigative services. Tips can also be submitted by email to tips@sled.sc.gov. I'll have to put that in the description. Okay. So then we have, let's see. It shows distance, nearest resident. So wait. This. Hold on. Stephen was found 3 miles from his car. I didn't put this together. This was in a group, so somebody else did this diagram here. So we have Stephen was found 3 miles from his car. Homes. So there's homes. There's Stephen's body here. So they're pointing out all these homes. And then Stephen's car was way over here, I guess. Wow, I didn't realize it was that. Huh. That far. I thought it was, wow, okay. We're going to have to look at, like I said, we're going to do the Google Maps here. And then here's some of these are from the Netflix, I think. One of the documentaries, either the Netflix or HBO had these pictures. So, trigger warning. Ah, shoot, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah. Okay, trigger warning for this. But wait, I thought they said that there. Do you remember somebody said that there wasn't blood at the scene, but there is? See how loosely his shoes are on? There's no way. Like, as they say, even like normally, I feel like even if your shoes are tied normally, when there's a hit and run, that the shoes fly off, and look how loose. So there's no freaking way. It's just, all right. Here, this one might be a better. Yeah, this is a better map. Okay, not a better map, but so we have Smith residence. So this is where Stevens lived. This is where the body was found. The vehicle was found. Moselle's over here. So they're showing like the path. So 8 miles from where the vehicle was found, 8 miles, it looks like 3 miles. From the vehicle to his house, I'm guessing is what they're, wait, I don't know. We'll figure it all out with our own Google Maps, but all right. And I have a couple other document type articles, but let's watch a video first. Let's see, what do I want to watch? Let's do. I'm going to see how long. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to see how long. Which one we should play. So that's 5 minutes. This is. I thought these were longer. Yeah, we'll play a couple of these short ones first. All right. And then I'll finish reading some more documents. We'll do this one first, the rape kit.
You're retired now, but you've been on the job as an investigator for decades. And I couldn't understand for a moment why I heard on a hit and run or even a suspected hit and run, within 13 hours, a rape kit would have been ordered. Have you, in your line of work, doing this kind of high-level investigation, ever seen anything like that?
When it comes to traffic accidents, never. This was the very first time. I did not have an understanding of why it was being ordered. We were not notified until later that it had been ordered. So no, I have no answers for you to why they would order a rape kit for what would be suspected as a hit and run, which it wasn't, but I would never understand that.
And the rape kit was ordered within 13 hours of the discovery of Stephen's body. Yet in that same time frame, if anybody thought this was anything other than a run-of-the-mill hit and run, you would have been called in with the MATE team.
Correct.
To do further investigation, and yet you were called off and a rape kit was called in. Does that square at all?
No, ma'am, it does not. Again, I was puzzled and confused from start to when we actually got to finally pick up the case, why we weren't given the opportunity to, you know, be a part of it from the beginning.
Was Mate and your team, or even the South Carolina, you know, highway patrollers, were they ever given any information on what the rape kit yielded or where it ended up?
I know it ended up with SLED, but we were never given any information of the results, or I was not until I retired. Now, they may have an answer now, but as of 2018, we were never given any information of what the results pending, whether it was negative or anything of that nature.
Well, I have a guest coming up who thinks he might have some resolution to that, and it's very distressing, to say the very least. I have other questions I want to ask you about that are equally distressing, and they involve the Murdaugh family as relates to this accident. Stephen Smith's father, who's no longer with us, I believe he died about a year after Stephen Smith was killed. Stephen Smith's father called you and had a specific question about Randy Murdaugh. What was the question?
So it was within a very short period of time that Stephen's father had contacted me and asked me about the law firm contacting him about retaining their services. He was really concerned why they would be calling and wanted my advice. Unfortunately, my rule is, or our rule is, investigators and the police, we do not give legal advice. I told him what I thought, you know, and he basically kind of said in short terms that he was not going to do anything at this point. But it was very unusual to me that within a very short period of time, he was contacted.
And then Sandy Smith had reported that they, meaning Randy, had offered free legal representation to that family within 72 hours of Stephen Smith's body being found in the road. And they didn't have a connection to the Murdaughs. They didn't even know what the resolution was yet. They didn't know if it was a hit and run, a murder, and yet a lawyer shows up on their door offering the free legal advice. There was another moment I want to ask you about. Sandy reported that she saw Alex Murdaugh and Alex's brother Randy at the actual scene of where Stephen's body was found as she was driving to the funeral home. Would there be any reason at all for two lawyers like the Murdaughs, Alex and Randy, to be at the scene of where Stephen was found dead within such a short period of time?
In my opinion, no. Not if they were not involved in any way. In my opinion, I could not answer why they would be there.
Can I ask you one other question? I don't know if you know this because a lot of time has passed. It's almost 8 years since Stephen was killed. But this was never a closed case. It was always a cold case. It's now heating up. And one of the reasons that it's heating up is that the investigation into Paul and Maggie's death yielded something. And it's a mystery to everyone. A, do you know? And B, do you hear anything about that?
There is something that you know, there are rumors flying out there that I will not get into. But yes, they are. They could be true. There could not be true. But yes, there is something that apparently that has been heard, said, or found that are rumors that are the reason why it's heating up or did heat up.
Thank you for watching. Go to NewsNation.
So well, I don't think I have a feeling it's going to come back negative, but like, why wouldn't they at least check those results? You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's kind of weird. Were they afraid of what they were going to say? I don't know why I don't think they're going to find anything with the kit for some reason. What do you guys think? All right, I'm going to play one more because I'm getting the some stuff ready so I can get that ready while I play. Let's see. Let's find Hold on, I'm gonna play the one, this, yeah. The one about talking about how there's evidence from the Alex. The one, the video that I was talking about. So let's watch
8
that.
years after Stephen Smith was found dead in the middle of a Hampton County, South Carolina road, investigators are officially calling his death a homicide, not a hit and run. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. The pathologist who performed Stephen Smith's autopsy back in 2015 said that his death was the result of a hit and run, but investigators and even the Hampton County coroner never believed that. Validation came late Tuesday for Stephen's mother when the head of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division called her lawyers and said he and his agents have always believed that Stephen was murdered. I spoke with Sandy Smith's lawyer about the call. Ronnie, tell me a little bit about what happened when Chief Keel called you yesterday.
Yeah, we got an amazing phone call yesterday. You know, when the state's top cop calls you and says that, look, if you guys are planning to exhume that body because you feel like you need to convince us at SLED that there's something more, something different here than a hit and run, you don't need to do that. So that was an amazing phone call. And he communicated to us that SLED is on this investigation, that they do not see it as a simple hit and run, and that they are putting resources towards it, especially now that those resources are freed up after the Murdaugh murder trials.
Ronnie, were you and Eric on this call together? And were you surprised? Because a lot of times law enforcement will tell people, hey, get out of our investigation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was just a new spirit of cooperation. Now, in the Murdaugh financial crimes, we had cooperated fully with SLED, and we certainly shared with them all the information that we found about his financial crimes and assisted in the investigation in that fashion. So I do think that helped broker some spirit of cooperation between our firm and SLED. So there's some built-in credibility there. But to get a call from the top cop who shares that information was really incredible and very uplifting for the Smith family.
Ronnie, I spoke with a spokesperson for SLED on Tuesday night, and I told her what Eric Bland had said, that they believe there's a small circle of people who have information about Stephen Smith's death. And now some of those people may actually feel more comfortable coming forward now that Alec Murdaugh is in prison and has been convicted of 2 murders. However, there's some reporting out there that says that SLED, according to sources, is not focused on the Murdaughs. So do we know if there's any type of connection there? We're kind of looking at this and wondering.
Yeah, that was stated. It was stated that they didn't feel the environment was conducive for people to come forward and speak openly and honestly with the pall of the Murdaugh trials and investigation ongoing. And the sense was that now that kind of that Murdaugh hold on the community is broken, that maybe people would be more forthright and forthcoming. Now, I don't know what that has to do with persons of interest. There was nothing in the communication with Chief Keel to indicate that any Murdaugh was a person of interest or a target. So we didn't gather that at all. What we took away was that the resources were thin and that the community was kind of maybe a little closed-lipped and tightened down because of all the scrutiny surrounding the whole Murdaugh debacle.
Ronnie, the SLED spokesperson told me that they've always believed that Stephen's death was a homicide. That's why they opened the investigation into his death to try to figure out what happened. So is that what Chief Keel relayed to you?
Yeah, he said that we didn't have to convince him that SLED did not see this as a hit and run. And I know I've reviewed some of the material from the investigative file that took place from the original investigation, and I could see some of the tension in that file, a tense exchange between SLED agents and the pathologist who did the original autopsy. It described this tense interaction where they were asking questions and kind of getting answers that you could tell from the notes were not satisfactory, that they didn't accept then that this was just a hit and run. But it feels like the investigation got stuck between agencies. Is it a vehicular matter that's the jurisdiction of the Highway Patrol? Is it a murder that's the jurisdiction of SLED? I think somewhere between that and all the resources being diverted to Murdaugh kind of got this investigation derailed on the front end.
Ronnie's law partner, Eric Bland, talked to me a little bit about what Chief Keel said led the investigators to open a case looking into Stephen's death.
He said was he did confirm that there was a piece of evidence that they discovered during the investigation of Alex Murdaugh murders. And he said that he didn't tell me what it was. And I said to him, well, I can only assume that it was maybe some kind of phone evidence or something on a computer. And he did not refute that, but he didn't confirm it for me. And so he said, I appreciate, you willing to work with us.
And I asked Eric Bland what he believes happened to Stephen Smith, how he believes Stephen was murdered.
I think it was a hate crime. I hate to say it, but I think you had a 19-year-old openly gay young man in the low country of South Carolina, which is not common. It's not like he's in New York City or in Ohio where you're from. And I think there may have been a hate crime that he was killed because he was an openly gay kid, whether it was because he had a relationship that somebody didn't want exposed or he had done something to somebody with his lifestyle. I do not know. He was somewhat secretive, as Sandy has said on TV. He did not disclose a lot of his lifestyle. He said he was dating a very important man, is all he disclosed to Sandy, and that he was going to go away with that man the following weekend, Anjanette.
How do you believe Stephen died? I mean, he had a dislocated shoulder and head trauma.
There was supposedly blue flake metallic on the back of his head, which easily could have been tested and can be tested still if there's some there, whether it's automobile paint or it's from an aluminum bat. Baseball bats have flaking blue paint. I think it was blunt force trauma. Look, he's lying in the middle of the road. His shoes would have been blown off. They were loosely tied. I've seen the autopsy photos.
Ronnie, what was Sandy's reaction when you called her and told her about what Chief Keel had said?
I mean, imagine you're the mother who's lost a child, and every fiber in you tells you that this was not a hit and run. This was not an accident. So 8 years later, finally, the police call you and say, we believe you. We're throwing resources at this. We're with you. She was elated.
So where do we go from here?
We go forward with the exhumation. I mean, that is a critical next step. I don't know what SLED does in their investigation. We're not SLED. Thank God to the folks at GoFundMe who raised the money to provide the resources. We've contacted experts locally and nationwide who are willing to perform this service for us. So it has to start with the what, right? What happened to Stephen and what happened to him is going to be determined by that autopsy.
Is there any accountability for what happened back in 2015? Dr. Aaron Presnell, who conducted the autopsy on Stephen Smith, said that he died as a result of a hit and run. This was a pedestrian versus vehicle. She labeled the manner of death as undetermined, not a homicide. And some of the investigators, if you go through the file, said at the time, she kind of blew them off and said, this is not my job to figure out what happened to Stephen. It's yours.
Yeah, so now you're getting into the question of the who's, and we're going to stick with the what's for right now. So what happened to Stephen is the first domino that needs to fall. Who has responsibility, I think is a downstream question. And then the ultimate question that we all want the answer to is why. Why would someone brutally kill this this beautiful young man in the fashion that he was killed? So those are the questions, and that's the order of those questions.
It's important to note that SLED opened its investigation into Stephen Smith's death after discovering some information in the course of the investigation into the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh. Now, that does not mean that there's necessarily a connection between Stephen's murder and the Murdaugh family. Earlier this week, Buster Murdaugh issued a statement denying any involvement in the death of his high school classmate, Stephen Smith. Buster had been talked about in online circles and mentioned in documentaries as possibly a suspect since the Murdaugh name came up throughout the course of the investigation. But Buster says he had nothing to do with this. For Law and Crime, I'm Anjanette Levy.
Okay, so see, that was that video I was talking about them saying that they found evidence and that he didn't refute that it was from his phone or computer. So pretty interesting. Okay, so I'm going to read a little bit a few more parts and a couple more of these articles, and then I'm going to play the video with Ben Chu. How many of you seen that one? All right, so let me just share my screen real quick. How's chat doing? Sorry, I was looking through what articles I wanted to play, so I didn't even get to chat with you guys in here when I was playing those. So who do we got? VMass, what's up? Sasha Doll, Hey Soul, Tammy, Tula Bear. Who thinks Murdaugh can log on? Yeah, we could do a poll, Tammy. What statement, Soul? Come on. I don't know. Harlot. Yeah, I feel like I did read somewhere where they yeah, you're right. I think I did. They better have if they didn't. I hope they have all the evidence. So does anybody know if they still have the car and stuff? I hope they do. And like um the paint chips, would they still have that? Did they say they missed that? Hey, Trinda. All right, hold on one second, guys. Okay, so let's do here. Let me share my screen. Read a few minutes of reading, and then we'll play a couple more videos. Okay, let me do this one first. Yeah, oh, a poll. Hold on. You want me to do the poll real quick? Okay, so let me see. So if the poll, if we think that Buster has anything to do with it, okay. Okay, let me do it here. Start poll. I'm just gonna do it like real quick, real simple like that. Okay. I'm not gonna read this whole thing, but I just wanted to read a couple parts of this. Oh wait, I think I had it on the part I wanted to read. Why'd I do that? Yeah, I had it. So they're talking about her and Sandy. They're hoping that to get an independent autopsy. So they did the GoFundMe where they raised, I think it's still open. I feel like it's at like, why do I feel like it's at like 100,000? I'll have to go look. It just keeps going up. And they're raising money for, the independent autopsy and just to help with the investigation. So they're hoping that it will confirm their suspicions. In interviews earlier this week, Sandy's lawyers said they believe the truth could come out with their own research. A fresh set of eyes and a new autopsy may yield a different conclusion that Stephen was not killed on Sandy Run Road in Bamberg County, that maybe he was killed somewhere else, attorney Eric Bland said this week. They have begun their petition to judge in South Carolina to allow them to exhume Smith's body, but we know that they got that, so they're exhuming his body. If and when that happens, SLED officials plan to be present and participate in any exhumation of Stephen's body to gather more evidence, lawyers said. And then this is what they're saying, how SLED said it's not even necessary. But I think they should, why they can, because there might be evidence they missed, from it. So I would, SLED, I know you think it's not necessary, but I would say just do it, right, guys? Because what if there's something in there that they could find? SLED officials have revealed that they did not need to exhume Stephen's body to convince them that his death was a homicide, the lawyer said. Yeah, but I mean, maybe there's something that they could find that could help with the investigation, though. You know, I know that they're convinced it's a homicide, but don't you think there's something possibly they can learn from it, though? So Smith's death was officially ruled a hit and run despite highway cops stating that they found no evidence of the usual telltale signs, at least back then. Um, oh yeah, so here's yeah, she wrote in that letter how the evidence was being covered up and she needed them to do their job. Okay, so this is just from the letter stuff. I feel like there was some stuff in here though that when I was looking over it that I wanted to read. So hold on one second. Hold on. Here's that letter that we read. Here's some pictures of Stephen. Here's Sandy, his mom. Says investigators have never revealed if there was a link between Smith's death and the Murdaugh family, even as witnesses allegedly gave tips linking them together. A Netflix documentary explored their alleged relationship, though at the time, Buster refused to give a comment. More than half of the people interviewed during the investigation mentioned hearing rumors of Buster's possible involvement in Smith's death, but he was never brought in for questioning, the documentary said. So I wonder if they're going to, now that this is a homicide, they probably are going to question him and everybody's name that was brought up, right? I'm not saying that, you know, he's involved, but since his name's been brought up, they're going to have to talk to him. Buster is currently thought to be holed up at his lawyer girlfriend's property in Hilton Head and was spotted walking dogs several times during the trial. I just hope that, let's say that they end up finding some evidence, just hypothetically, I mean, that they end up finding some evidence that, you know, that Buster could be involved. What if he tries to put it on Paul, since Paul's no longer here, Paul can't get in trouble, and let's say he's backed into a corner where there's DNA or something, where then he could put it onto Paul or blame Paul or something. I could see that happening if like it comes out that they have some evidence that they were involved. Do you know what I'm saying? They could just blame it on Paul. I hope that doesn't happen. I mean, I hope we get the truth. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. Okay, so I just wanted to read you a couple things from here. So it says, about handwritten report, July 9th, the family saying that Smith was skittish and would never have been walking in the middle of the roadway, which we already read that. Then it says, Smith's twin sister Stephanie told Duncan on July 17th that her brother became very secretive in the 2 weeks before he died. Sandy corroborated this assessment, saying she became concerned when her son stopped studying and started missing school. Police also interviewed Mark Bickhart, an older man who claimed that he and Smith were in a relationship. Hi, Trenda. Hey, Mama Bear. Why is this not letting me? Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay. Okay, so according to a few officers, Bickert insisted Smith's death was the result of foul play, but often confused his own timelines. Later in July, he reported anonymous phone calls that promised he would die like his boyfriend and accused Sandy Smith of harassing him in person. Bickert also posted rambling Facebook update apparently aimed at Smith's family, blaming them for his death. Wow. And then the Murdaugh connection. Within a month of Smith's death, investigators received multiple tips that suggested Buster Murdaugh may have been involved in the incident. Smith was found dead in the middle of Sandy Run Road. So here's the road. Okay. So Buster, now 26, is the surviving son of Low Country legal Alex Murdaugh, who was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms earlier this month. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So Buster and Smith were classmates, and Smith's body was notably found not far from the 1,700-acre Moselle estate where Alex Murdaugh later gunned down his loved ones. On August 7, 2015, Duncan notes that a source named Angela Carroll reported that a boy named Brendan Strother asked if Smith and Buster had been in a relationship. Wonder, I mean, that's just weird. He just asked if he was in a relationship. But then Duncan followed up with Brendan a few days later. He clarified that the comments were just rumors. Wait. What? Hold on. Brendan asked if Smith. Okay, so he's saying they're just rumors. This Brendan guy was asking if they were in a relationship. In mid-December, Duncan recorded an anonymous tip email that alleged Dontero. So this is the, hold on. But when Duncan followed up with Brendan, okay, that Dontero Aiken, along with another black male and white male Murdaugh, are the ones involved in Smith's death. And that was that note we read. Okay, so yeah, this is all the same stuff about the stepson. Okay. Reached out, Randy. So the release of the early files on Stephen Smith's death are a part of an avalanche of information that has come to light since the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division reopened the investigation in June 2021 based on information gleaned during the probe into Maggie and Paul Murdaugh's shooting deaths. And here's Sandy and picture of Stephen. Yeah, Sandy Smith announced the GoFundMe had far surpassed. So they're able to get a second independent autopsy. Let me see if I don't think there's really anything else in this article that. Yeah. Okay. And then there was something in here I wanted to read. Let's see. So Moore says, I have an oath. I can't walk away from that. Even if it's not specifically, not my specifically, I just can't walk away from that. So that's good. So meanwhile, Smith's mother, Sandy, was walking those roads back in July 2015, searching for clues. I walked 3 miles where his car was and where the body was, and I didn't find anything I was looking for, Sandy Smith said. Moore said that it did not appear Smith was hit by a car. His road rash was minor. His shoes were still on his feet. I definitely think he was murdered. He was murdered there or murdered elsewhere and dropped there, says Moore. So frustrated, Moore says he took his theories on Stephen's death to the higher ups at the Highway Patrol. I felt like the brass, which would be the people running Highway Patrol, should have stood up to SLED and said, this is not a hit and run. Y'all asking us to investigate something that is not a hit and run, says Moore. Moore then took the case to the Hampton County Sheriff's Office and line by line explained to them why this was not a hit and run and tried to hand them the file, and they would physically not take it with their hands. Moore says Moore. Meanwhile, the Highway Patrol mate kept working on the case, but there were limitations. So wait, who wouldn't take it? Well, hold on. Moore then took the case to the Hampton County Sheriff's Office, and they would not take it. Gosh, the file. We had mate come in and answer some of the questions we had, but are not trained homicide detectives, says Moore. I was discouraged about the hit and run theory, but I was glad somebody was at least trying. They did interviews, they did work, says Sandy about the mate investigation. But with a little progress, And reluctant witnesses, Moore said mate hit a wall and the case was closed. And that was the status until Maggie and Paul's murder in June 2021. That's when SLED announced it was reopening the investigation into Stephen's death, discovering new information in its investigation into Paul and Maggie's murders. You know, the support I've had around me just keeps fighting. He's worth fighting for, says Sandy Smith. Sandy is hopeful for another shot at the truth. News 4 is trying to track down what happened. Okay, so we want to look at emails between the agencies in 2015 regarding Stephen's death. So they have filed a Freedom of Information request with SLED, the Hampton County Sheriff's Office. Why was this case ruled a hit and run? So many investigators. Or when so many investigators said otherwise. So it says Moore was also one of Alex Murdaugh's alleged victims of fraud. Okay, we talked to him about where the case stands, and we'll have that story for you later this week. Wait, when was this? Wonder March 20th. So wonder if that story's out yet. Okay, so let's watch that video. I'm gonna play the video with Ben Chu about the defamatory, like in Paul or in Buster and what he thinks, like his opinion about it. Are you guys interested in that, or? Well, let me see what this one is. And then that, oh, that's Court TV. That's an interesting one too. So I think I have 2 more videos for sure I want to share with you, and then maybe even more. All right, 1 second. Let me share my screen, and I'm just going to share the entire one. Okay, let's watch. Wait, where'd it go? Yeah. Okay, so this is Law and Crime. But why does it say Fox if it's Law and Crime? I'm confused. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go. It caught the end. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. Just wanted to get it where I wanted. All right.
For everybody out there. 19-year-old Stephen Smith was found dead on a road in Hampton County, South Carolina, back in July of 2015. Now, the coroner initially ruled this case a hit and run. In fact, the manner of death was listed as undetermined. But there were a lot of strange details to indicate that something else might have happened. For instance, there were no visible signs that he had been hit by a car. There was no bumper. There was no broken glass. There were no fragments, nothing from a part of a car anywhere to be found around the scene. And with Stephen Smith's body, he had severe head trauma, but only very few scratches on his arms and legs. His shoes were still on. There was blood that was only found right next to his body and not along the road. So the question that came up is it possible he was killed in some other way? Was it possible he was killed and placed there? And when I say that, that is when the rumors happened. So first, I should tell you that Stephen Smith was openly gay. And there were rumors, again, what I'm about to say is pure speculation, but I have to report this in order for this to make sense. There were rumors going around that Stephen Smith was in some sort of relationship with Buster Murdaugh, the sole surviving son of convicted killer Alec Murdaugh. In fact, that was alluded to in HBO's documentary Low Country, The Murdaugh Dynasty. Now, the real question, or now the reason it's believed that the Murdaughs were somehow allegedly involved is because Alec Murdaugh and his brother actually were at the crime scene, I believe about an hour after the body was moved. A question of why were they there? I mean, these were lawyers. It was a personal injury firm, but still a question of why they were there. And then Stephen's mother says that even before the family was alerted by the sheriff's office to Stephen's death, Stephen's dad, Joel, gets a call from Randy Murdaugh offering to investigate the case for them, apparently free of charge. So there's been speculation for a while. And then there was Stephen's mother, who came forward as well. And then I want to go to this big announcement from Stephen's mother, as well as Eric Bland, who is representing her.
My partner, Ronnie Richter, and I received an extraordinary phone call from the chief of SLED, Mark Keel, who told us that it's now the state's official position that Stephen Smith did not die from a highway fatality on July 8, 2015.
Do you have any belief, Sandy, about what happened to your son?
I believe he was beaten to death.
Why and by whom?
That I don't know.
So SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, who's handling this investigation now, rules this a homicide. And the family is now working to order that Stephen Smith's body be exhumed as well for further analysis. But several days ago, Buster Murdaugh released a statement. And this is part of what he wrote. Quote, "I have tried my best to ignore the vicious rumors about my involvement in Stephen Smith's tragic death that continue to be published in the media as I grieve over the brutal murders of my mother and brother. I love them so much and I miss them terribly. These baseless rumors of my involvement with Stephen and his death are false." And he goes on to say, "I unequivocally deny any involvement in his death, and my heart goes out to the Smith family. I am requesting that the media immediately stop publishing these defamatory comments and rumors about me." So given this news, is there a chance that Buster Murdaugh could start suing media outlets or people over the Stephen Smith story? Well, let me bring in right now the dream team. I got with me my sidebar co-host, law and crime correspondent, Anjanette Levy, and also joining us is attorney Ben Chu, who knows a thing or two about when words can get someone in trouble. He famously represented actor Johnny Depp in his defamation lawsuit, his defamation trial against actress Amber Heard. This was a trial that we covered extensively on Law and Crime and here on Sidebar. It's great to see you both. Thank you both for taking the time to come on today.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse. It's an honor to be teamed up with you and Anjanette as part of the Dream Team.
Honor to be with Anjanette. Don't know if it's an honor to be with me, but I'll take it nonetheless. Anjanette, I'm going to start with you. I kind of laid out the case. If I missed anything, please, add to it. But my understanding here is that after this announcement, the reason it's kind of connected now back to Buster Murdaugh is, didn't SLED say something to say, it's important this is coming out about the homicide of Stephen Smith, especially after the verdict in the Alec Murdaugh trial?
Well, the comments that were made didn't relate to Buster specifically. Eric Bland and Ronnie Richter, who represent Sandy Smith now, they were just retained over the last several days, last Friday to be exact, said that Mark Keel told them that he believes that there's a small circle of people who have information about Stephen Smith's death. And since Alec Murdaugh has now been convicted of murdering his wife and son, and he is in prison, he's in a maximum security prison, sentenced to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole, that those people who may have that information may feel more comfortable coming forward now because the Murdaughs don't have this so-called stranglehold on the area anymore. That doesn't mean it relates to Buster Murdaugh. It doesn't. We know, as you said, that Alec Murdaugh and Randy Murdaugh showed up at the scene that morning. Alec was a volunteer solicitor. We don't know if that's why he was there. And also, Randy had represented Sandy Smith, Stephen Smith's father, Sandy Smith's husband, in a workers' comp claim, and had called her, as you said, that morning and said, I'll represent you guys. So we don't know if it relates to Buster at all, but there may be somebody connected to the Murdaughs possibly. We just don't know because nobody's saying.
But Ben, that brings me to you. The fact that Buster has released this statement and specifically used the word defamatory, a legal term of art, You think he's on the lookout right now for what people print or say? And I have to tell you, I think it's interesting he puts that statement out now after the trial.
Jesse, I suspect you're right in that he is looking very carefully, scrutinizing what's said and written in the media. But I think Anjanette puts her finger on it as usual, which is for any defamation action to proceed or to succeed, the statement has to be of or concerning the plaintiff. So it has to be clear or clearly implied. So I think unless and until someone specifically fingers Buster for the murder or being implicated, I think any action by him would be premature because he couldn't show the requisite element that the defamatory statement was of and concerning him, as opposed to an amorphous group of people, even a fairly limited group of people.
Let's expand upon that, Ben, for a minute. So in other words, this is a big news update about the fact that this has now been ruled a homicide. If media companies come out and start talking about the backstory between Buster and amplifying the rumors, maybe not directly implicating them, are they crossing a line here? I mean, look, right now, we're reporting on this because it's a big situation, and this statement, I think, is important. But when could media outlets start crossing the line and be a little bit, they have to be more careful about what they say? And you know what? I'll expand that out. Not just the media, but attorneys and other public individuals as well talking about Stephen Smith and talking about Buster Murdaugh.
I would say, Jesse, that the media have an additional layer of protection in the fair reporting doctrine. They can always point to sources. They don't have to vouch for their sources per se. In other words, as you know, it would be a defense for a media outlet to say that negligence can be a defense. For lawyers, it's a bit dicier. Lawyers can be certainly lawyers outside of court can be sued for defamation, not only in their individual capacities, but also as agents of their clients. So lawyers sometimes forget that the second they step out of the courtroom, they're just like everybody else. So I would say lawyers generally are more vulnerable than media companies. Fox News, of course, is a different situation because there you have personalities on that network who have apparently admitted that what they were saying, they knew that what they were saying is false. And so that gives the rare occasion where those media can be found liable for defamation.
Yeah, I was wondering when all that was going on, if you were just looking at that and shaking your head and being like, oh my gosh, could you not have created a better case? That's totally different. Fox News case, totally different. We won't even get into that. Anjanette, so when it comes to Ronnie Richter, or it comes to Eric Bland, or it comes to anybody, the friends or family of Stephen Smith, I feel that they've been very careful in their word choice when specifically asked about Buster Murdaugh. What can you tell us about that?
They have been. And, you know, it's important to note Sandy Smith wrote a letter to the FBI back in 2016, I believe. And she outlined some of the things that people in the community had told her. And she did talk about Buster. But you can tell from reading this letter that she is being told these things and she's relaying this to the FBI as she looks for help in investigating what she believed to be a murder, not a hit and run. Now, I think that Eric Bland and Sandy Smith have all said in the last couple of days, and I literally just spoke with Eric Bland, we have no information that Buster Murdaugh is involved in this case. We know what was in the case file and what was reported by people about these rumors that were swirling around. It's a small town, but they've been very careful to say they don't know. It's just what they've been told, and that they don't have any information that Buster was involved. And Sandy even told me on the phone a couple of weeks ago when we were talking that she did not believe that Buster and Stephen had any relationship. They were high school classmates. I think what gets dicey is when people watch these documentaries, and I think you have to be really careful. And some of these documentaries are very well done, but there was one in particular that I watched that came out during the trial, and I was kind of taken aback because I felt they were casting Buster in a really bad light, and that it was getting up there to crossing the line. And then people watch that, and then they do a news story about it, and oh, Buster this, Buster that, with regard to Stephen Smith, and asking all these questions. So you can kind of see how, if you're saying I had nothing to do with this was my high school classmate, how you might feel like something really bad is going on and that you are being defamed. I mean, there was some guy outside the courthouse following Alec Murdaugh's sentencing who screamed, Buster's next. I mean, it's just kind of, and with the internet, it's fueling the fire.
Yeah, it's really troubling, especially when, as I said, he is the sole surviving son. Think about what he went through. He lost his mother, he lost his brother, and essentially lost his father. And now these are pure speculation and pure rumors. I am curious, though, Ben, as this investigation takes a new turn and maybe, advances, as new developments come out, what action could Buster Murdaugh take, maybe to protect his name, but also the name of his family? And I'm curious, because if anything should come out that wrongly implicates his brother or his mother or even his father, is there any action he can take on behalf of them?
Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, the Constitution does not readily allow prior restraints. So clients often come and say, how can I stop somebody who's from defaming me? And the answer, unfortunately, is usually no. That in light of the First Amendment, the protection of speech is so strong, you essentially have to wait until the speech occurs, and then you can sue for money damages. So there's very little as a prophylactic measure Buster can do to prevent future speech. Even if the future speech is foreseeable, he would have to wait until there's an actionable statement, and then he would have to file a complaint for which the remedy is money damages.
But just real quick to follow up on that, Ben, if somebody comes out with something and says something, what he believes is defamatory against his deceased family members or even his father, can he take an action on their behalf?
It's a great question, Jesse. Defamation is a personal action, and it often dies with the victim, as it were. So Buster has to pay attention to any defamatory statements about him as opposed to someone who is deceased. Defamation is an odd tort in that it is a personal tort.
Ben Chu and Jeanette Levy, always wish we had a little bit more time, but it was great to have you guys here to talk about this really important issue, and we'll see where the case goes next. Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
And that's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe.
Okay, so let's read the what is it? The incident report. Hold on a second. There's going to be some stuff that's duplicate that we've went over already on the incident report. But then there'll be some new stuff here. Okay, hold on one second. Let me share my screen. So yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's going to try to sue anybody or anything. What do you think? All right, let me share this. So this is from Fit News, but it has, I don't know if I should read, because I feel like I could read, like there's some new stuff in here that we haven't talked about, but I feel like once I read this, then it's going to probably have some of the same stuff in the report. So maybe I'll read the report first. Let me see here. Let's see. Why did it go way over there? Because it will, see, look at all this. Well, where is it? I'll show you. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Hold on a second. I had it all up and it just went away. Hold on one second. Let me get it again. Right here. The highway patrol report. Here. Okay, here we go. Wonder where it went. I had it. Wonder why it disappeared. Okay, hold on one second. Well, it's making me subscribe to it. I just had it up too. That sucks. And now it's making me subscribe. Wow, you have to pay for a subscription to the Fitz News? Really? Huh. I had it up originally and then I didn't do it in time, I guess. All right, hold on one second. Let me try something real quick. That's what I need to do. I need to unsubscribe to that airmail. I had to pay for that for. All right, hold on one second, guys. I think I'm going to try to. Just give me 1 minute because it'll be worth reading if you guys could just hang on. Try over here. If not, I'm going to try somewhere else. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it over here. All right. Just share that screen. Okay. So, hate when that, no. All right, South Carolina Highway Patrol Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team. So we got 7/8/2015. 5:15 is the time notified. Photographs secured, yes. Other photographs secured, yes. Yes. Video, yes. Other video, no. Evidence, other video, no. Evidence collected, yeah. Evidence collected, yeah. Evidence collected, no. Oh, this is type. So cell phone, close, and then the ones that they didn't, it doesn't say. Okay. Tire exam, not available. Mechanical exam, not available. That's what I was wondering. Man, they need to do that. They need to figure that out, right? I hope they still have the car. They should, right? Because it was never closed completely. So that's like a piece of evidence. Autopsy, yes. Bulb exam, not available. EDR analyzed, not available. Okay, so we have date arrived 7/9/15. Mate. So that's the multidisciplinary accident investigation team. I wasn't sure what that stood for, but that's what that stands for. So they arrived 7/9, which would have been the next day, basically. Time arrived 11/10. So I have a question though, because I know for another case they screwed it up. So for instance, since it happened at like 3 to 5 a.m., it's showing the date 7/8, right? So this would be actually the day after. But I'm wondering if they just labeled it 7/8, if it actually was 7/8 that the night before. because there was another case that, remember, they screwed up the dates because it was like the next morning, like late. So I'm just wondering, because it's saying they arrived 7/9, so that would have been like that Monday. Would that be right? Or was it actually 7/8 was the, like, basically the day before? Does that make sense? I'm probably confusing you, but in my head, I mean, I know I'm trying to make it as understandable as possible, but let's see if it gives an actual day of the week. Field sketch, yes, because would they have waited a whole day after? That's what I'm wondering. Or was this actually the next day, like, where it happened at, like, 3 to 5 AM, maybe on this, wait, how would that be? On the 9th, like, it was actually really the 9th because it was, do you know what I'm saying? 'Cause they sometimes they do get that wrong. I know some people be like, "No, this is like court documents or like official documents. They won't get that wrong." Studying these cases, they do mistypes a lot. They get like little things like that wrong a lot. You'd be surprised. Like, I used to think that until like now having experience with them and how much they do get that kind, like, little stuff wrong. But anyway, because it's, to me, that's important because I wanna know, was it a whole day passed or was it just that next day? Because let's say 3 to 5 AM, it's always, it seems like it's dated, 7/8. So, really the night before would have been 7/7 if they're correct, and then this would have been a whole day after, unless if they just labeled it 7/8, but it actually was into the night, so it was 7/9, and then this was just that day after. Like, when I'm saying a day after 7/9, that would have been a whole day after, like, the whole next, like, not just that next day, but the day after that day, unless if they just dated it kinda wrong on the 7/8 one. Making sense? 7/8, okay. Okay, so then that means that then so if that's correct, then when they arrived, it was the whole day after, so a whole day passed, and then it wasn't till, like, I think, because I think they said it was a Sunday was the day that it happened, so that means that they didn't get here till Monday. Okay, so, and the reason I'm saying that is that means because they're taking pictures and stuff, so if they're on the scene, well, let's see if they're actually on the scene, then it was like a whole day, like, what could have environmentally, what could have, you know, changed, like, a whole day passing, what would they have left him? No, they wouldn't have left him out there for a whole day, but let's see what it says. So, Station Conley, Booker, Field Sketch, yes. So, yaw, what does yaw stand for? YAW. I don't know. Take off. Drag sled pulled, no. Okay. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Vehicle inspection, no. Oh yeah, we already went through all that. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, we already looked at this, the 5A, all that information. His occupation, student, vehicle make. Why? I mean, the vehicle make's not available. Well, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they fill that crap in? Huh. That's weird. And we already read this. That was the one we actually read because there's going to be some things we already went over, so I'll just skip those. Okay. So we have 7/4/2015. So this was, remember, it happened 7/8. So this was, a few weeks after. Maybe 2 weeks after. So Sandy Run Road. And it's showing his position. Okay, so 7/8, 5:15 AM, notified by Lieutenant Brock of the incident. So I notified Corporal Duncan on call supervisor to contact on-scene supervisor. Called me to advise that he was told it appeared to be a homicide and SLED was taking it over. This is kind of the same stuff that we read. It was typed out, I think. Let's see. Some of it. I was advised there was a possible gunshot wound to the victim's head. Yeah, we read all that. And then it says, I was notified by Lieutenant Brock that the victim did not have a gunshot wound according to the autopsy. So let's see. Flyer was made, met with Moore. Funeral home, attempted to make contact with 911 caller at his residence. He was not home. Traveled to the scene and documented, met with Hampton County Sheriff's Office to gather any other information in victim's phone. Okay. So they were advised. So Allen advised that they were not needed at the autopsy. This was according to SLED in Hampton County Sheriff's Office. Sergeant Booker contacted at 1830 in reference to the incident in Hampton County, met with Moore, Sergeant Booker, Brittany, the funeral home to examine the body. Photographs were done at this time. Left funeral home and attempt to interview Ronnie Capers, the 911 caller. Traveled to the incident site, traveled to 4220 Joe Miley Road and met with father, sister, and brothers. So 7/8/15 notified at 5:18 by Sergeant Booker in reference to an incident in Hampton County. Sandy Run Road. A white male was found in the roadway. The only injury to the victim were around the head area. Possible gunshot. Okay. Family said he was skittish, so he wouldn't be walking in the middle of the road. Clothes and iPhone sent to SLED. Audio interview conducted with 911 call Ronnie Capers. Mr. Capers states he never stopped, just saw someone lying in the road. States he thought it was an animal at first, but when he got closer, he saw it was a white guy laying in the road. So on 7/14/15, traveled to Hampton County Sheriff's Office impound lot to photograph Stephen's car. Gas cap was unscrewed and hanging outside the gas cap door. So it's in the impound lot. I hope it's still there. So I would think since this is an open investigation. 7/14 contacted Mark Burkhart by phone. Mr. Bickhart was in the relationship with Stephen. Traveled to the Bickhart's residence and conducted an audio interview. States him and Stephen were in relationship. States he had talked with Stephen by phone and text on the morning of the incident. States he believed foul play was involved. After leaving Mr. Bickhart's residence, he called me at approximately 14:12. So that would be 2:12 p.m. States he is not sure about the timelines and just rambled in conversation. 7/14 contacted for something Raoul about asking the family for Stephen's iPad and laptop. Contact is Corporal. I don't know. It looks like a 4 or maybe I don't know. Yeah, but somebody in law enforcement about asking the family for Stephen's iPad and laptop. So 7/14, Mr. Bickard called again, 16:37 hours and left a message. Mr. Bickard called 3 times, 34 hours, which is 12:34 a.m. and 35 hours. Subject left a voice message. Mr. Bickard called twice while I was in the meeting. Called times 10:49 a.m. and 10:51. Subject left voice message. Traveled to Troop 7 HQ and met with Lieutenant Taylor and Sergeant Moore. Briefed them on the incident. Sergeant Moore transferred the iPad and computer to me. So I wonder what they found on that. Contacted Raoul to make arrangements to interview Stephen's twin sister, Stephanie. Traveled to Hampton and interviewed Stephanie at the DMV office. states Stephen became very secretive about 2 weeks prior to incident. She did not know anyone who had a problem with Stephen. States Stephen had class at Orangeburg Tech on the 7th of July. Also says she didn't talk about his boyfriend a lot. Returned computer. Wonder if that that was supposed to say maybe that he didn't talk about it. You think? Because it's saying also says she didn't. Oh, maybe they're just talking about the interview that she says she didn't talk about his boyfriend, or she's saying that he didn't. I don't know. That Stephen didn't. Okay, so 7/17, iPad taken to Charleston Sheriff's Office by Proctor. Spoke and interviewed Stephen's mother. 7/17, mother confirmed that Stephen had become more secretive lately. Mother also said that Stephen had a friend at Bilo, but they had a disagreement a while back, possible named James. But they became friends. Thought it was strange Stephen was not studying like he used to and was playing hooky from school. 7/17, spoke with Rowell about tracking down James at Bilo and checking on video from store and seeing Mark Bickhart earlier that morning around incident site. So we're tracking down James at Bilo and checking on video from store at seeing Mark Bickhart earlier that morning around incident site. Because remember, he said that he just talked to Stephen early that morning. Did he say he saw him? So they're just trying to see if he's around the incident site. Okay, 7/21, spoke with, what is this? I can't read what this says. Something Pat Rowell? It looks like a 4 and then CPL. Is it corporal? But what is that first part? I don't know. Let's say Rowell about James and video. So spoke with Rowell about James and video. No video and James. No video. And James states him and Stephen had a relationship for a while, but has not seen him in a while. 7/21, contacted Lieutenant Johnson at SLED. Still no luck unlocking the phone. Okay. So spoke with Stephen's mother, no new information. Sean thinks Buster was privileged and out of control as a teen. Wait, who's Sean? Respect. Oh, you're just talking to Sean. Okay, never mind. Okay, review. Spoke with Stephen's mother. No information. No new information. 7/28. Review an iPad download. Media 7/5/15, 1444, 33 EDT. 11:50 to 1. Do not come. What? And NBSP. Francamente. Oh, that's in Spanish. To go to the house, and I don't know what is that? Tuesday at 3:30, 9:55. This information is from the iPad. What is this 1444 33 EDT? So this would have been a couple days before, because it says 7/5/15. If it was 7/8 when it happened, so 3 days before. 11:50 to 1. Do not come. Huh, that's interesting. Wonder if somebody wrote that to him or something. So 8-3 contacted Lieutenant Johnson with SLED, made arrangements to pick up the iPhone on Tuesday, contacted Sandy Smith in reference to assisting with unlocking the phone. Sandy Smith states she was the secondary fingerprint for the phone, states she can meet with me on Tuesday in Orangeburg. 8-4 picked up iPhone from SLED, no chain of custody with the phone. 8-4 meet with Sandy Smith and Stephanie Smith in Orangeburg, unable to unlock the phone. You have 8-4 contacted Rachel Tootin, Stephen's best friend, states last time she spoke with Stephen was by text around 7 to 8 p.m. on 7/7/15. Which, if they got all those dates right with the 7/8, then that would be that night then, okay. And then since it was like in the morning between 3 and 5, they think it happened, that would be 7/8. I mean, July 8th, yeah. Okay, so no other information. So his best friend talked to him basically at around 7 or 8 that night. I thought there was more when I was looking through it. Hold on a second. I swear there was more, but let's read this article then and see. Today's document is perhaps the most significant as it comes at an incredibly important moment in the ongoing investigation, which is prominently featured in the hit Netflix documentary, Murdaugh Murders: A Southern Scandal. Stephen Smith's death has haunted a South Carolina community for years, but it was a Netflix documentary released around the same time as the double murder trial involving prominent family that revived attention to the case. To recap, Smith's body was dumped in the middle of Sandy Run Road near Crocketville, South Carolina, in early morning hours, July 8th, 2015, where it was discovered by a passing motorist, a tow truck driver, at approximately 4 a.m. Initially misclassified as vehicular hit and run, SLED opened a homicide investigation into Smith's death shortly after the savage slayings of 52-year-old Maggie Murdaugh and 22-year-old Paul on June 7, 2021. Okay. There has been a lot of discussion to what prompted SLED to open that homicide probe. Today, the public will get to view the file that led them to do so. The original 2015 South Carolina Highway Patrol Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team report into Smith's death. Contrary to popular perception, SLED's investigation into Stephen Smith's death was not based on any evidence or information obtained at Moselle, but rather the agency obtaining a copy of the main report. Okay. That report that we just read, that's what they're talking about? That's what made them change their mind? Anyone who reads that file knows it was not a hit and run. One law enforcement source told me this week, but even if it was a hit and run, it's still vehicular homicide. As you will see, Murdaugh's name is all over this case file. And Smith's mother, Sandy Smith of Barnwell, South Carolina, has made it abundantly clear that she believes Murdaugh's son, 26-year-old Buster Murdaugh, was somehow involved in the murder. Buster Murdaugh issued a statement earlier this week denying any involvement in Smith's killing, decrying any suggestion to the contrary as a vicious rumor. Buster Murdaugh issued a statement. I already just read that. Oh my God. As I mentioned, the release of these documents comes at a pivotal moment in the investigation. So this week, SLED Chief Mark Keel confirmed to Sandy Smith that his agency was treating her son's death as homicide. Keel also told Smith new attorney Eric Bland that SLED was devoting additional resources to solving his murder. Good. Yeah. It's about time, huh? So Bland and his law partner, Ronnie Richter, are running their own investigation into Smith's death. That inquiry includes the potential exhumation of Smith's body for the purposes of conducting an independent review of the controversial autopsy performed on July 8, 2015 by Aaron Presnell, a forensic pathologist at the Medical University of South Carolina. This news outlet published Presnell's original autopsy report yesterday as part of our ongoing coverage of this case. Presnell's findings are what led to the official misclassification of Smith's death as a hit and run, effectively shutting down law enforcement inquiries into other potential causes. Presnell's reached her controversial conclusion even though there was zero evidence of a vehicular strike on the roadway where Smith's body was found. I saw no vehicle debris, skid marks, injuries consistent with someone being struck by a vehicle. Trooper D.B. Rowell wrote in his report describing the crime, we see no evidence to suggest the victim was struck by a vehicle. So another highway patrol investigator who walked the scene found no evidence of car parts or pieces on the scene, noted the location of Smith's body in the middle of the roadway was inconsistent with a vehicular strike. In the light of this controversy, I have consistently supported the exhumation of Smith's body and the independent autopsy review now being advocated by Bland and Richter. In fact, I penned a column over a year ago on this very subject. It is abundantly clear an independent review of Presnell's autopsy of Stephen Smith must be conducted, up to and including the exhumation of Smith's body from its resting place in Gooding Cemetery in Crocketville, South Carolina. I wrote last February, such a drastic step may be the only way to start uncovering the truth. Uncovering the truth could lead us down some dark paths, though. As I have noted in previous reports, Smith was engaged in what can charitably be described as high-risk behavior, including numerous illicit licenses. Wait, what? Detailing and files extracted from at least one personal electronic device purportedly used by Smith in his possession around the time of his death. Where can we get this information at, huh? Bland and Richter have indicated they plan on investigating Smith's communication in the weeks and days leading up to his murder. Will they be examining all those files as well? Everyone assumed it was Murdaugh's one Hampton, South Carolina source told me last fall, but there were a lot of people in Stephen Smith's little black book. There were indeed. And while SLED does not believe any Murdaugh family members were directly involved in Smith's murder, the specter of the family's influence still hangs over the investigation, including two individuals currently believed to be at the top suspects in Smith's killing. Huh. What? Who is that? Smith also spent much of the weekend before he died with an individual linked closely to Alex Murdaugh and convicted fraudster Russell Lafitte. Okay. A Hampton, South Carolina convenience store owner by the name of Cash Patel. Huh. Have you guys heard anything about that? Wow. I should have read that first, this part first. Because that's pretty important. And I feel like a lot of people left because somebody came in here and was talking about another case. So and I think a lot of people left to go check that out. That's kind of why we don't like to. Well, that's like one of the small reasons. The main reason is because of, well, I already explained it before with the I don't know. I don't know how to explain. I'm not going to get on to it, but okay. So the only people he talked about was he was hanging around. The guy named Cash. Wait, the only people he talked about was he was hanging around. The only people he talked about was he was hanging around. The guy named Cash, Sandy Smith told CHP investigators during July 17th, 2015 interview. That was really his only friends in Hampton. So Cash and who else? They're saying friends. The only people he talked about was a guy named Cash, and then who else? Smith added that Patel and her son had taken a trip to Hilton Head Island shortly before his death. Oh, so Sandy knew about this Patel. Wonder how old he is. Like, wonder if he's older? Like one of Alex's friends? The guy named Cash that owns the gas station right there in Varnville, Smith continued. Stephen used to talk about him. They were all friends. It was a group of them and they would go have parties or something. Huh. Wow. Patel was referenced by Lafitte in February 24th, 2022 deposition conducted by Amy Hill, a Columbia, South Carolina attorney appointed to help oversee Murdaugh's financial assets in connection with a pending civil case. According to Lafitte, he and Murdaugh would cash checks at the gas station owned by Patel's family. So, wait, according to Lafitte, he and Murdaugh would cash. Oh, so Lafitte and Murdaugh would cash checks at the gas station owned by Patel's family. If I needed $1,000 to cash at 10 p.m. at night, I'd say, "Hey, Cash, I need you to cash a check for me for $1,000." Lafitte said during the deposition. He would do it. Wow. According to our sources, Keel called Bland on Tuesday to discuss progress made in the investigation. Okay. As well as talk to the potential exhumation of Smith's remains. Talk about the potential. Wait, a fly? I didn't miss that. You saw a fly on his? Wait, it was flying around on his head, probably. Huh? I didn't catch that. I'll have to go back and look after I read this. I missed that. What did you say? Oh, about what, Sarah Claire? You want me to repeat something? Which part? Well, I'm reading it actually from right here, so. Wait, Alex Murdaugh and Buster may have been in the same vehicle, and Alex was driving and ran into something and killed him, then tried to hide it, and later his wife and others' son were going to squeal. Huh, that's an interesting theory. Wow. I really hope they investigate that family before they give him back. If he has family or a friend, someone he could stay. Wait, what family, Harlot? Hey, anaphylaxis. No, he didn't. No, yeah, he did. Sorry, he did have his shoes on. And they were like loosely tied. I'll have to show you here in a minute. I'll show you a picture. Yeah. All right, let me continue this. This is actually has some interesting information in here that after all the documents we read, this is stuff the cash. Did you guys know about cash? Oh, thanks, Tula Bear. Thanks for the deep dive, Tiff. Appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Thank you. Oh, that's very kind. All right, so let's see where we at. So basically, Alec, I'm just gonna call him Alex. I'm sorry. That's how it's spelled. It's not spelled A-L-E-C. It's A-L-E-X. And then Murdaugh, and I want to say Murdaugh. Oh, so Alex and this Lafitte guy. So basically, they would go into this convenience store that this cash guy owned to cash these checks, thousands of dollars at a time. So they like knew this guy, right? So this guy was friends with Steven. Wait, they did say he was dating, maybe? Hold on. No, maybe they're just friends. I don't know. At least they were for sure friends. Okay. So, according to our sources, Keel called Bland on Tuesday. Oh, I already read that part. Okay. SLED officials have revealed that they did not need to exhume Stephen's body to convince them that his death was a homicide. Bland and Richter said in a statement. However, they will be present and participate in any exhumation of Stephen's body to gather more evidence. Yes, that's what I was saying. Like, there's probably could be evidence. Cool. Hopefully, they'll be able to find something. We are committed to finding out what really happened and getting the peace and justice the Smith family deserves. This news outlet is also committed to finding out what really happened to Smith, which is more important now than ever, given the factionalism that has been driving public discussion of this case. The job of a journalist is to follow the truth, wherever it leads, however uncomfortable that journey may become. I wrote earlier this month, anything less than that is a disservice to the truth and to the memory of all victims. And then here's that. But you know what? There was something I wanted to click on. Hold on a second. Up here to see where is it? No, we already got that. Hold on. I think it was up here. Right here. Let's see. This might be that part we already read, but let's see. Yeah, I know, Harlot. Thank you for letting me know. I'm just going to focus on this case right now because that's the case I'm covering at the moment. I mean, this is the video that what I'm covering in this video, but thank you. Yeah, maybe I'll do a video, tomorrow on that or later. Okay, this is the one that I just went over. Yeah, okay. But no, that's good news. I didn't really follow. I didn't know a whole bunch about that case, but I'm glad they found them. I figured he probably ran away, I was thinking. But okay, so let's get back to this. Is there anything? Let me see. Maybe there's more. Let's see if there's anything that wasn't included. Heard from others. Wait, is this some new stuff? Hold on a second. I feel like I don't remember reading this part. Did we? Yeah, wait, yeah, okay, hold on. No answer message. Spoke with Stephanie Smith. The green Jeep. Oh, wait. See, here is some new stuff. There's some new stuff that's in this. Okay, good. That's what I was saying. I thought it was more, and then it just ended. This is the document that I saw earlier. Okay, so let's go through what we missed on that. Because did you see there was one part where it says there was a car fall, I think it's a Jeep that was falling, Stephen? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this and let's go through the stuff that for some reason, when I was going through it that other way, that it skipped. Okay, let's see. I know this, hopefully this doesn't make you guys dizzy, like scrolling down fast. I just have to skip through the stuff we already went over. Okay, foul play. Oh, so this is okay, contacted Mark Bickhart by phone. He was in a relationship with Steven. Yeah, we already read this part. So he said he talked with Steven by phone and text on the morning of the incident. And after leaving Mr. Brickhart's residence, he called me at approximately 14:12, states he is not sure about the timelines and just rambled in conversation. So then they asked for his iPad. Seems like there's stuff like in between here and there, like it was skipped. Okay. Yeah, this is about, hold on, Burkhart 3 times. Yeah, we read this. We read this about his sister. Spoke with his mother. About him being secretive. Tracking down James. Oh, yeah, this is where it says James states him and Steven had a relationship for a while, but has not seen him in a while. Okay. All right. So it says contacted. So I think here's where it left off, right? So contacted Johnson with SLED, made arrangements to pick up the iPhone on Tuesday, contacted Sandy in reference to assist him with unlocking the phone. Oh yeah, we already read that with this fingerprint. Sorry. I thought I saw something new, but about the fingerprint for the phone states that she can meet up because she's the secondary fingerprint. Okay, hold on. Conley met with me around 8:30 to transfer the iPad to me, return the iPad to Stephanie. Smith contacted me by phone, states had some information that she needed to give me. Oh, so Stephanie, Stephen's sister, contacted him by phone stating that she had some information that she needed to give me, asked Stephanie if she would email me the information about what we talked about over the phone. Received an email with the information. Sandy Smith called, states she went back out to the scene and found a footprint about 200 feet down from where Stephen was found. States the impression was in an ant mound. Also says another print was not visible because of rain. So that was that one that couldn't make sense because it was cut off. It was only this part and not the beginning. Okay. Now it makes sense. So she found a footprint 20 feet down from where Stephen was found, states the impression was in an ant mound, also says another print was not visible because of rain. So did they get that? Hopefully they got a picture of it and they got the footprint. Man. Now so much time passed. Like if they didn't get this stuff, then they're not going to have it. So hopefully they did. Contacted Angela Carroll in reference to Stephen Smith's death. Information from Stephanie Smith. States a boy named Brendan asked if Stephen and Buster Murdaugh ever had a type of relationship, which we read that part. Attempted to call Brendan, phone number no answer, left message. So we read that. So the father of Brendan Strother called me, wanted to know what was going on, stated he would have his son call me later. Briefed Sergeant Moore in reference to Brendan Strother. Brendan Strother contacted me at 10:35, states the text that he sent Angela was what he heard from others, just rumors. Maybe I did read this part. Oh, well, I'll read it again. Continue to look through information downloaded from Stephanie's iPad. Still trying to get a timeline. No new information. iPad was at Orangeburg Tech the night before his death, according to Breadcrumbs file. So the night before his death, it was at the Orangeburg. Okay. Attempted to contact Mark Burkhart by phone, went straight to voicemail, left Mr. Burkhart a message at 10:54. Yeah, we read this. So they kept trying to get a hold of him, left him another message, went to straight to voicemail, left a message, attempted to call again, left a message, goes straight to voicemail. Wonder if they ever got a hold of him then. Spoke with Sandy Smith, gave me a phone to a person that may know some information, only knows first name, Cecil's phone number. Attempted to contact Cecil, no answer, left message. Attempted to contact Nora Williams. Sandy Smith states she may have some information about Stephen's death. Phone number, rings 4 times, no voicemail. Spoke with Stephanie Smith about Nora Williams and Dale Stanley. States Dale says there was a green Jeep that was following Stephen on or the day before he died. Huh. Wow. So spoke with Stephanie Smith. So that's Stephen's sister. So Stephen's sister must have, or wait. Spoke with Stephanie Smith about Nora Williams and Dale Stanley. Dates Dale. Oh, Dale. So who's Dale? Like, how does Dale know? Is that one of Stephen's friends? Obviously, I'm sure. So Stephen must have told him that this green Jeep was following him. That's true. 11:17, Sandy Smith called me at 12:23, wanted to know if any of the interviews done have led to any new information. Sandy Smith called and said she had heard on the radio that an arrest had been or will be made in reference to her son's death. So this was 11/8/18. So who was the arrest supposed to be? So she's saying she heard it on the radio that arrest had been or will be made in reference to her son's death. Wonder what that was about. Had Proctor contact the radio station in reference to an arrest, ask him to find out if this was true and maybe who called saying it. Hmm. Um. Okay. All right, where are we at? So, a reference to an arrest to ask him to find out if this was true and maybe who called saying it. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, whatever that title is, could somebody help me out? What is this? Because they've used it a bunch, but I can't even read what letters those are. Some law enforcement, I don't know what the title is, Proctor, so they contacted the radio station in reference to an arrest because the radio station is saying there's going to be an arrest. And where is that coming from? So he contacts the radio station to ask him to find out if this was true and maybe who called saying it. Oh. 12/7 received an email in reference to an anonymous tip states Dontero Aiken, along with another black male and white male, Murdaugh, are the ones involved in the death. This tip is referring to Stephen Smith, so I know we read that. Some of these we read like singly, but this is like all together. So 12/7 contact. Let me see if anybody answered. What, I can't read the letters for some reason. What does that stand for then? LCPL, Tula Bear? What does that stand for? Well, Zeke's good, Tula. Just so I could say it when I read it from now on. I don't know what LCPL stands for. Okay. Where are we at? Are the ones involved in the death? Oh, so whatever pal briefed him on this information also sent an email to him. And Sergeant Moore, Sergeant Burns, and Sergeant Booker about what I wanted. Pal to do. Sent Proctor this information, advised him about the situation. I already read this. Yeah, we already read that earlier. We read this too, I'm pretty sure already. I guess I should have this a little bigger. Sorry, I didn't. Could have made this bigger for you guys. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, so we already read that. So I received a message. So this is 8/3/2015. So not quite a month after. I received a message to call SLED agent Michael Moskal in reference. Well, let me see. Lieutenant Corporal. Okay. So either or, are they saying he's both? I'll just say lieutenant when I see that. Okay, thanks, Tula Bear. Oh, it's Lance Corporal. So wait, which is it? Lance Corporal? Lance Corporal? Lance Corporal. Okay, thank you. Lance Corporal. Why do I feel like that sounds weird? Am I saying that right? Lance Corporal. Corporal. I always take out a syllable. Lance Corporal. Okay. Anyway, so Michael Moss, thank you though for letting me know. I would never have known that. Lance Corporal. Yeah, it's okay too. You did put a question mark. So yeah, that was a good guess though. All right, so Michael Moscow in reference to discussing trace evidence located on the deceased clothes in this case. Oh, okay. So I received a message to call SLED agent Michael in reference to discussing trace evidence located on the deceased clothes in this case. During our conversation, Mr. Moscow advised he located around 10 1mm single layer blue paint chips. Mr. Moscow advised he needed more paint layer evidence to pinpoint a particular vehicle. Mr. Moscow advised that the PDQ database indicated the paint could be from an industrial tool, dumpster, jeez, or a signpost. I'm trying to think like all those examples, what could have happened? A sign. Mr. Moskal added that the Toyota used this particular paint on its vehicles from 1982 to 88. So if it was dumpster, unless if they like threw them in a dumpster and then changed their mind and like took them out, or were they picking on him, like driving him around and put him in the dumps? I mean, no, I don't know. Or it could be industrial tool. What about a bat? Didn't somebody mention that? I wonder if that's a possible. Because that would make more sense probably, right? All right, let's see. We read that already. We read that. So here is the driving record. Stephen Smith. Let's see. Renewal gives all this information. Issued 520. Okay. 10-year driving record, end of report. Back cover sheet. As it appears from the attached affidavit that there are reasonable grounds to believe that certain property subject to seizure under previous section 17, blah, 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 is amended, is located in the following premises. Person or thing to be searched. So, Selco Partnership, Verizon Wireless, Custodian of Records, 18 Washington Valley Road, Bedminster, New Jersey. Now, therefore, you are hereby authorized to search the subject premises for the property described below and to seize such property found. Description of property. The target phone is to be identified as having the number of and is further known as target phone. Any and all incoming and outgoing historical call data to include cell sites, text messages to include content, identify cell site information, subscriber and phone toll information to include, but not limited to, target number, main number, account status, type of phone, subscriber name, published status, service address, billing address, other numbers, former service number, UFMI, and IMSI numbers for each call from June 9th, 2015 to July 9th, 2015. Wait, wouldn't they need before that? Like July 7th? Wait, maybe I read that wrong. Did they, okay. So this is the search warrant shall not be valid for more than 10 days from the date of issuance. A written inventory of all property seized pursuant to this search warrant shall be made to the issuing judge within 10 days from the date of this warrant. Such inventory to be signed by the officer executing this warrant, and a copy of such inventory shall be furnished to the person whose premises are searched if demand for such a copy is made. Copy of the search warrant shall be delivered to the person in charge of the premises searched at the time, not the person soon after is practicable. Okay. County of Charleston. Okay, this is the same thing as what I just read up there. This is reason. Property is sought on the subject premises. The owner of the above described cell phone was fatally wounded in an incident on or about July 8th, 2015 on the Sandy Run Road within the county of Hampton, South Carolina. The uses of the phone before the incident are pertinent to the ongoing investigation. The individual was found deceased in the middle of the roadway with severe head trauma. The investigation has led to this individual not being struck by a vehicle and possible foul play. The information on the phone would help determine who the victim had contact with prior to the events that led to his death. So I received the attached search warrant January 25th, 2016, and have executed it as follows. On 1/26/2016, let's say it'd be 11:10 a.m. I searched person, vehicle, doesn't have anything circled, but described in the warrant and the premises. I left a copy of the warrant with the records department. So phone records. Yeah, signature of judge. Why am I having trouble reading that? Tired, I feel like. Okay, communication, okay. Stop communication, power switch off. Continue, no answer. Receipt refused, busy, full memory, full. I don't know. Receiving page over, file error. Okay, I don't know. I am getting tired, I feel like, but wait, that skipped up. Okay. So records department. Troop. South Carolina Highway Patrol, fatal hit and run. Do you have any information? Incident, South Carolina Highway Patrol is seeking information about a fatal hit and run collision in which a pedestrian was struck and killed. When? July 8th, 2015, between the hours of 1 and 4 a.m. Where? Sandy Run Road near Joe Miley Road in Hampton County, South Carolina. Vehicle suspect information at this time. This vehicle make and model are unknown. Okay. Oh. So it's basically saying the same thing right there. What's this? Yeah, this is autopsy information. It just gives the time, right? Like this, so times 10:15, 1 p. Okay, that one. Why? Because it says, sorry, I keep going up now. Because I'm trying to well, I could probably flip it over. Yeah. There we go. There we go. All right. So anatomy and physiology. 10:15 a.m. 1:30. Yeah. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. 1 to 9. They didn't do that, right? That wouldn't even go be within the time. Man, now I gotta flip this back over. I all of a sudden got like really tired, guys. I only got a couple hours of sleep last night because I went to bed so late, and then I woke up to I had to run to that appointment and then do that fancy. And I just been up working this whole time. I'm gonna sleep good tonight. All right, one black. So here's the items of evidence. One black Nike short sleeve shirt. Item 2 was analyzed using physical characteristics. Results: no automotive paint found. One pair of khaki Union Bay cargo shorts. Item 3 was analyzed using physical characteristics. Results: no automotive paint found. I can actually make this one more bigger. There we go. Item 3.1, cutting taken from item 3. Item 3.1 was analyzed using Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. Sometimes I have trouble getting which part to like stress until I say it. Until I get it said right. But anyway, microscope attachment and physical characteristics. So what is it? Cut and taking from what? Wait, what's item 3? Hold on. Oh, this is the cargo shorts. So they took. It looks like they cut and took from the shorts, I guess. Wait, cutting taken from item 3. Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy, probably. Spectroscopy, is that how you Spectroscopy. Yeah, that's probably how you say it, right? I don't know what that is though. Transform infrareds with microscope. Okay, yeah, I guess they just looked for paint. They didn't find any paint. One pair of blue airspeed footwear shoes. Physical characteristics, so no paint. Debris collected from items 2 and 4. Wait, what was item 2? That was a black short sleeve shirt and the footwear. So debris is collected from the shirt and the shoes. Okay. Item 4.1 was analyzed using the infrared with microscope attachment. So that's the micro FTIR, physical characteristics and scanning an electron with energy. Okay, so results. Several single layer metallic blue paint chips were found. Wait, where were these found again? Item 4. On the shirt. And so remember, 2 is the shirt. Then black Nike short sleeve shirt, and 4 was the shoes. So that's where they found the paint chips, it looks like, right? The blue paint chips were found. Due to the condition of the sample, no make, model, and year information was able to be obtained. These paint chips are suitable for comparison should a standard become available. Man, I hope they could figure that out. You know? Items of evidence is so we have the short sleeve shirt, no automotive paint found, khaki cargo pants. So this is the same thing. So this time it's the shorts they're doing the FTIR. And then it's the same exact. Right. Yeah, this is kind of some of the stuff we read. I was reading some of the random stuff. Okay, so kit taken from Steven. There's the gunshot residue kit. Okay, and then we have here, let me flip this around. Oh, wait, shoot. There we go. So we have victim's location. Yeah, this is the victim's vehicle. Oh, we have to do the Google Maps we're going to do after this. That's right. I almost forgot. And then this is where he was found. All right, let me flip this back around. All right, let's see what we got here. Forensic department. Okay, submission number 1. Sent electronically to lab. Pre-log for, let's see. Death investigation. Let's see what it is. Hand delivered. So 7/9/2015. So this was the day after. The day after they sent this. Victim Stephen, mail. Digital media DVD-R containing crime scene photos. Media storage. Okay. Death. Yes. Okay, resulting in death, no. Okay, DUI, no. Resulting in death, no. Breath test given, no. Drug suspected, no. Deceased. The victim was located deceased in the middle of the roadway. Let's see, the sheriff's office notified South Carolina Highway Patrol. All right, just believe that the victim had been shot. Okay, so yeah, we already read that. So upon arrival, 8:25 a.m. It was cloudy. Approximate temperature was 77. Oh man, this gives it. Should have just read this to begin with, because it's all in order. Dang. Agents arrived and met with Chief Jarrell, provided following additional information. EMS and the South Carolina Highway Patrol arrived on scene. Highway Patrol placed orange paint on the roadway, and EMS workers stated that a projectile wound was located on the victim's head. Oh, so SLED crime scene was then requested, and the Highway Patrol departed the scene. The HCCO moved the victim prior to SLED crime scene's arrival. Why? Was that smart? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Should they have waited for SLED, though, you think? The scene was documented with digital photography, and the scene with notes and sketch with measurements. Hey, Jory. Hey, Lafaday. Luna. Anaphylaxis. Hold on a second. All right. Yeah, this is some new stuff. Okay, so upon entering the scene, agents observed that the scene was secured by the sheriff's office. What is the HC? I forget. HC sheriff personnel. I forget what HC stands for, but in the yellow burial tape, the victim was covered with a sheet. After photographing the area, the sheet was removed. Injuries were noted on the victim's left arm, left hand, and head. A hole in the scar was located above the victim's right eye. It was still unclear at this time if this hole was caused by a projectile. The victim's right arm was covered in blood, and agents were unable to see any injuries. Agents searched the area for cartridge cases. The search yielded negative results. The victim's hands were bagged. The coroner searched through the victim's clothing. The coroner located a vehicle key in the victim's front left pocket. Okay, so yeah, and the key was turned over. So basically, they're saying that his hands, or wait, where's that part where there's a hole above his right eye, and his right arm was covered in blood, so they weren't able to see the injuries. They cleared the scene at 9:18 a.m., then responded approximately 3 miles to the victim's vehicle on the side of Bamberg Highway at approximately 9:20. After receiving a search warrant, they searched the area and the vehicle. Footwear impressions were observed in the dirt near the driver's door. The responding officer's shoes were compared to these impressions by S.A. Burke and found to be consistent. Therefore, footwear impressions were not collected. Well, why wouldn't they be careful and get there had to be foot imprint, right? There had to be some from Steven and maybe somebody else. What do they mean that they were consistent? Or they said the responding officer's shoes were compared to these impressions? Are they saying it was the responding officer's footprints that they found? But then why weren't they more careful? That's making me mad. Like, they could have got footprints maybe? The vehicle was parked off the roadway. The gas tank door was open and the gas cap was hanging on the side of the vehicle. The vehicle doors were locked. So the doors were locked. Okay. That's kind of, because you would think if like he was going to meet somebody, pulled over, and they kind of attacked him there, then the vehicle wouldn't be locked. That more lines up with, okay, lock the vehicle and then starts walking, or unless if they, Anyway, the key located in the victim's pocket was used to open the vehicle. The vehicle was in park. Yeah, we already read this. The battery was functional. The vehicle would not start, but the battery was functional. Yeah, the wallet was in there. Yeah, but that's weird. Never mind, because the wallet was in there. So wait. Let's see what's upon arrival. At 11:29, the weather was cloudy with an approximate temperature of 92 degrees. Wow. All right, let's see. Why is that crossed out, I wonder? So, description of property, cell phone, and brown wallet is crossed out. Let's see what this says. Sandy Run Road about. Oh, that was when the guy noticed. Noticed a man down Sandy Run Road. You guys all, I mean, you heard the 911 call, right? If not, we could listen to that. Maybe some other time. Maybe when I do another live, we could listen to it. How many have already heard it? I'm getting tired, guys. Keepers. That's the guy that called 911. So yeah, that's all that information. Looks like somebody is lying in the road, it says. Responded 407. Notify. Crocketville. 4:40 a.m. Oh, did you hear that, guys? What was that noise? Did you hear that noise? Hey, Pickle Toes Grandma. What a name. Did you hear that little beep? That kind of scared me for a minute. Assignment completed. Bleeding from forehead. Laying in the middle of the roadway. Okay. Alarm 438. Dispatch 549 responded. Who's this? Man, I'm gonna have to call it a night and do another one. I'm so tired for some reason. Oh, here is who went. Demetrius Gillard, Logan Still, Maudrell Brown. Do you guys hear that? It's like echoing. Like just randomly though. Anybody else hear weird? Sorry, I haven't been looking in chat much, but it's because I'm reading, so I could only, when I do lives like this, I don't get to chat much. When I'm reading documents. 38 recordings. Those are the official recorded times, accurate, federally synced. I've included the initial 911 call received at 3:59 a.m. Basics, almost 4 a.m. All law enforcement, EMS, fire, radio traffic transmission pertaining to the call. But then there was 38 recordings? Huh. Yeah, look. 911 call, and then that, all of these calls from all the EMS, police, all that. Obscene, harassing telephone calls. What? Oh, this is that Mark Peter Bickert. That was the boyfriend, or the guy he was dating, that said like, oh, there's foul play, that he talked to him that morning, right? Isn't that? Yeah, that was who Bickert was, right? So 5'8", 190 pounds. On 7/13, so this would have been like what, 5 days after the incident. It's 7:45. Looks like he had the telephone call, that obscene harassing. On 7/13, Officer Long was dispatched to the listed address for telephone harassment. Upon arrival, I made contact with the listed victim in the yard. The victim informed officers that he had been receiving phone calls from the Cayman Islands. The people were calling his phone was threatening his life and stated that he was going to die like his friend. The victim then stated that the calls began last week after his friend's funeral. I have passed the victim's information on to the sheriff's office, and a copy of the report will be turned over to them on the next day. Oh, thanks for joining, Rob. Welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Aw. I haven't seen you in a while, Rob. How are you? All right, incident report. Listed victim references to Stephen Smith. At this time, Captain Russell has been informed that the victim wishes to provide information in reference to the incident. The number that has been calling the victim is blank, and the calls inform the victim that he would die the same way Smith did, and that the victim believes that his death was a homicide. The victim has also been followed by Smith's mother around town, and she has informed people that the victim is responsible for her son's death. Major Bolton was notified about the incident and will turn over the victim's information to the Hampton County Sheriff's Office. So black shirt, tan khaki shorts, blue athletic shoes is says general evidence. This is the clothing that Stephen was wearing, and then it says disposition of item above. Ronnie Smith, 2 location, evidence collection. I don't know. It says we have further inspected such conveyance as to the condition and contents, including glove compartment, trunk, or any applicable storage areas, and do certify that all the contents and conditions of such conveyance, except contraband items, if any, have been satisfactorily accounted for to meet us with this conveyance, or that such have been disposed or in accordance with my instruction. Okay. The recording. Apple cell phone. Recording a Brickheart interview. iPad. So Stephen's iPad. This is all the evidence. It's another thing for iPad, but I wonder if it's just the same one, maybe. Gateway laptop. Gunshot residue kit. The R kit. GSR kit taken from Stephen Nicholas Smith. Does it say the results of this stuff though? I mean, what about the trace evidence? Okay. Wait, analysis requested. Black shirt, tan, shoes, kit. SLED item, number lab. All right. Wow, there's still more? This is crazy. Capers. So this is the guy that called 911, right? So this is his information. Wait, what? Traffic fatality. Oh. Incident, yeah. That's the guy that called. Someone laying in the road at Sandy Road. No one in the roads. Rode the area and found no one in the road and started to leave the area, but decided to ride toward Joe Miley Road. As I rode, I spotted a person laying. Oh, that was the... Okay. Sergeant Smith with... Let's see, video. 4 a.m. they received a call. The reference of a person laying in the road. And then they realized the person in the road was deceased. Reported this to 911. So Ronnie Capers Jr. reported it. Detective Singleton went up to take a look at the body and noticed a slender build white male on the highway with khaki shorts and a white polo shirt. SLED crime scene was called to process the scene. I thought he had a black Nike shirt. Right? Vehicle, myself in the picture. Here's that drawing they drew. This is the stuff that I read at the beginning. Yeah. All right. Just seeing. Wait, this page, I feel like this might have been missing. The wallet was left. Wait, he had a few C trucks we looked at, but we did not see any damage or evidence or bodily fluid or blood. After speaking with McMillan, he was advised his trucks weren't running at this particular time since there was no grain to haul. When asked, he stated he did not know of any trucks logging in that area, nor did he know of any particular trucks that would be running during the early morning hours. After we left McMillan Farms, Rao was advised that the area further to look for farming or log trucks. Because after, okay, Ronnie Caper's residence to speak with him. He was not home. But the mate team did look over his wrecker sitting on the dirt road in front of his house, but didn't find anything that looked suspicious. So the guy that called 911, they went to go talk to him. We then went to the scene at Sandy Run Road and looked at the evidence of the scene, approximately 100 yards in both directions. So when they returned, they were told by their family their son was gay and they did not know any enemies their son had. The wallet was left with Singleton since it had been unsecured since the previous morning and had money in it. They also interviewed a subject in his 40s who was supposedly the boyfriend of the deceased, believed there's foul play, but his story was inconsistent and was asked to take a polygraph by the mate team. He stated he would do so. That has yet to be arranged. So he still hasn't taken a polygraph, it looks like, huh? Some people told me that they saw this on Mark Brickhart's Facebook page, even though it was in March. I took a look for myself, and here are all the screenshots. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me read this. This is interesting. It says, I was contacted by Lance Corporal Rao, who was with Corporal Duncan in Hampton. They had spoken with family of the deceased and advised he had an iPad and laptop that he was using under at least one alias, Noah Rivers, to go into homosexual chat rooms. They agreed to turn that over to be analyzed, and a warrant was obtained for those items to take to SLED. They also interviewed a subject in his 40s who was supposedly the boyfriend of the deceased and believed there was foul play, but his story was inconsistent and was asked to take a polygraph. Wait, I was trying to read where I already read that, but where does this come from? Look, it says some people told me that they saw this on Mark Burkhart's Facebook. Saw what, though? That's what I'm confused. What are they talking about seeing? Does anybody know? Even though it was in March. Oh, maybe it's whatever this is, huh? Subject Facebook harassment. Huh, well. Oh, here we go. To Stephen Nicholas, Mess twin sister. And the Mess sister. Wait, what? Let me make this bigger here. To Stephen, so this is Mark Bickhart's post. To Stephen Nicholas, Mess twin sister, and the Mess sister, what the Mess husband, that's the North for the Hampton police or the Hampton sheriff. I would watch your backs. You killed your own brother. You killed the gunnest person. What? In the whole world that nurtured everybody and cared about everybody, no matter what background, ethnic background, religion, creed, or anything, because needed money to run your little drug deal. Take me. I'm back and forth for your metal body to have a cookhouse. I got the evidence to put yours away. I got everything and I play. I know everything that you girls tire or did. I'm not saying that what happened, proof that you were there, proof that you tampered with the body, proof that you stole his wallet for the money, and the proof that you took money, roof evidence that you also took money and wanted him to come to a sugar daddy, and he told you No, the cops are Bolivia and belligerent not to look at my evidence, but one day you girls will get caught and your little husband is going to get caught. If not, my boys are going to take care and have a ethnic background killing throughout the Smith family. So my feeling to Stephen's sister is Ben's sister. Why is this not even making sense? Boy toy and Stephen's twin sister, girlfriend. Any other sister that's an addict and a drunk and a wow and a well, bunch of bad names. Okay, drug buddies that are bringing a baby, bring it, eyeball burn you, how you. Why is this not even English? I mean, it's not even making sense. I'm not even gonna read this. There's a lot of stuff that would probably get me this video not, yeah. Let's see, I could skip some of it, I guess. You need money to run your drop team. Here, I'll let you guys read it if you want. I just forced tire or the little effing that free walled south for everybody. So now you got no little brother. And I would watch your back because everybody knows that the other sister husband is a narc. And Steve and even Joel Snack told me that they had to talk. Is this like in code or something? Because why is this not like correct? Yeah, I'm not reading. I mean, I don't even want to. I'm too tired to read this. So now this is saying, my family comes now, that Bickard family and the Jersey boys, Gigi's crying, the Mexican mafia, the Italian mafia, you people as Smith family killed the one thing that a lot of people loved, and that was the angel. He had the eyes of the OSU, no blue, was little boy Diva. He's looking down and he loves the ones that cared about him as far as his family. He was you, but I know deep in my heart he hopes that you get help, and I pray to God you get help because you're one sick, and that man that killed you ain't nothing but a piece of. How long is this? I mean, he's just. I can't read this. Well, I'm gonna catch is Ernie is what battery acid and cut finger by finger, toe by towel, as I'm throwing acid and battery acid and Sultana loans and is going to go down like a sis's aunt. I know it's all saying what's up. Because I keep seeing like little parts. Okay, I know who his boyfriend was. They will back me any day, anytime, any place by way your little neck deal. So do you know who Coco Grandma is in? Oh, she don't like math. I don't roll, care, and talk to them Mexican mafia. Ah. Wow. Breath tight test. Okay, Dame of breath test site video. Wait, what is this? 620. And they, because that would be before to the end. All right. Finally, the end of this. Wow, dude. We went through a lot of stuff. Oh, I'm tired. Okay. I feel like there was still like videos and other stuff, but maybe we'll do another one where like just I won't have a lot to talk about. Maybe we could do like open panel or something. I know it doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to like, was he trying? It's almost like it was so bad. Was he purposely trying to not make sense or what? You know, it's crazy. Here, let's see what this video is. Oh, I don't know the music.
SLED, an announcement from.
Why are they going to
SLED this week reigniting the investigation into the death of Stephen Smith. The 19-year-old was found dead in Hampton County back in 2015. SLED is now investigating his death as a homicide. The initial coroner's report from 2015 called it a hit and run. Smith was discovered lying in the middle of the road a few miles from where it's believed he ran out of gas. On Thursday, we spoke with Smith family attorney Eric Bland. He says they're moving forward with plans to do a second autopsy with SLED present.
Once we exhume the body, it'll be transported probably to New York City, where that person is going to perform the forensic autopsy that needs to be done. And then it's got to be transported back. So the logistics of this are pretty complex, as you can imagine. So I think we're a week or 2 weeks away from getting the approval to do it.
SLED hopes that people are more willing to speak freely compared to 2015. Anyone with information is asked to call SLED and ask for investigative services.
Oh. Let's do one more.
Tonight, confirmation from South Carolina that the death of a teenager linked to the son of convicted double murderer Alec Murdaugh is now being investigated as a homicide. 19-year-old Stephen Smith was found dead on a rural road not far from the Murdaugh's property in 2015. His death was deemed a hit and run, but no suspect was ever arrested.
Yeah.
A law firm representing Smith's family now says after 8 years of being proclaimed a highway vehicular manslaughter, we have a chance to right 8 years of wrongs.
At first, we were told it was a gunshot. And then they come back and said that he was beat up. And then it come out that he was hit by a car.
Smith's family wasn't alone in doubting the hit-and-run theory. A former Highway Patrol lieutenant told our affiliate WCIV he believes Smith was murdered.
There's two things that come to my mind. Either he was murdered there or he was murdered elsewhere and dropped there.
Authorities reopened the Smith case after the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh based on what they said was information gathered during the course of the double murder investigation. They did not elaborate. Buster Murdaugh, Alec's surviving son, was a classmate of Smith's. Rumors have swirled that somehow Buster was involved, which he denies, saying, "These baseless rumors of my involvement with Stephen and his death are false. My heart goes out to the Smith family." Attorneys for Smith's family say state law enforcement officials were waiting until the Alec Murdaugh trial was over to announce that the case would be treated as a homicide, out of concern that witnesses may not have been as forthcoming.
The family wants to exhume Stephen Smith's body for an independent autopsy. They're waiting for approval from a judge. Andrea Fujii, ABC News, New York.
Okay, guys, I have to call tonight. Sorry, like I said, yeah, sorry I didn't get to read a lot of comments, but I was trying to go read through those documents, so I can't read documents and read the comments at the same time. But we went through a lot. So, it was interesting. I feel like I learned some stuff. Some names. Wait, I wanted to write that down. What was his name? Cash Patel or Patel Cash or something like that? Patel. And they said he was friends with Alex and that Lafitte, or Alec and Lafitte. So that could be possibly. I mean, maybe there's, somebody we're not going to even expect that they found with the evidence from the Murdaugh investigation. Could be somebody like that we never even heard of or something. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, me and Juliet we're gonna do our manifesto tomorrow, I think, because we still have to finish that last part. So we have the ending of the manifesto that we haven't finished yet. So we're gonna try to do that tomorrow night, guys. And then Sunday, I am taking off because I've been putting out a lot of videos, I feel like, the last 3 or 4 days. So, Cash Potato. Good night, Tula Bear. Oh, Pickle Toes Grandma. Anaphylaxis. We got Marty. Danielle. VMS. Try to get some sleep, guys. I'm sleeping in tomorrow because I haven't slept in a little bit. So sleep in time. Oh, yeah. Well, they have his phone. So they haven't released what was on his phone. And they said it took like over a year. They still hadn't gotten to his phone because of Apple, or at least that they weren't telling Sandy. So I wonder if, I feel like that they probably still haven't given her information yet. So maybe they're going to find out all that. Do you think? Or I don't know. Because they had his phone, they had his laptop. What did they find on that? They had to have seen some stuff that he was like, who was he talking to? Were they able to get like GPS information, which I guess that would probably, oh shoot, the Google Maps I didn't get to, but I'm going to be doing another live on Steven, so we'll do the Google Maps and stuff. I'm just too tired, guys. All right. I keep yawning. I can't quit yawning. All right, bye guys. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Night, shoddy. I should like chat for you. Hold on. Who's all here? Let's see. Hey Shane. We got Peyton. Luna. Delana. Oh, Delana, I didn't even know you were here. Marty. Left a day in the house. Wait, who snuck in? Saying, wait, you said she snuck in. Did I read? Yeah, you did say she snuck in. Who snuck in? I know it was somebody I just said, but I can't even remember. Who was it? To remind me who it was. Delana, yes. Thank you. I knew. All right, guys. Did I just play 2 videos just now, right? 2 short videos? Because the reason I'm asking because I have these 2 to play, but I did just play them both, right? All right, I am out. Literally, I'm going to be out. So why do I feel like, did you guys learn anything new? I thought that we went over a lot. What did you guys learn anything new today on this? Oh, dealing with oh, are you okay? Oh, I hope you're okay, Rob. I'm glad you're back. Okay, thanks, Alsane. And thanks, Marty, and everybody. All right. Tula Bear from your super chats. Thank you. All right, guys. Oh, this is what I want to tell you. So, how would you guys feel? So, I went and I set up a channel for my grandma, but then I realized that I'm debating if I should just change my zavgirl live stream, since I don't even really use it for anything, if I change that into my grandma's channel. Would that be okay though? Because I know you like a lot of you guys you subscribed for the zavgirls live stream. So would that be like bad if I changed it into my grandma's channel? Because I want to start uploading videos, and like I said, I set up a channel, but then I'm like, maybe I should use that channel I already have, since I have some subscribers and I have it going. Maybe I should just change that into the my grandma's channel. What do you guys think? And I got a name for it. You know what I decided with the name? Tell me if you guys think this is a good idea. So, Living with Dementia. That's what I was going to name it. Well, I already named it because I figured it kind of shows like not only like me living with it with somebody with dementia, but it shows my grandma is living with it too. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of gives both. I feel like it fits. What do you guys think? And I already set up her TikTok for it. and I'm already getting crap. I'm already getting like people saying like, "Oh, you something like, how is she basically complying of you recording her, and how would you feel of you recording her? If she could remember this, she would be so mad," and all this stuff. But I expected it. I expected it, like, and then like how what was some of the other ones? Like, I can't believe you're recording I don't remember the exact comments, but they're like, it's just starting already, and most of the comments are bad. But like I said, I did expect it, but hopefully YouTube won't be as bad because the TikTok I'm getting like, yeah, people aren't liking it. But the thing is I went and typed in dementia like on TikTok, and there's so many people that have channels. So there's more people than I thought. So a lot of people are doing it because it does help. It's helped me. These channels have helped me. So I don't know. So hopefully YouTube takes it better than the TikTok people are, is what I'm hoping. So yeah, but what do you think? Living with dementia? Do you think that that's pretty good? I feel like I don't know. I like that for the name actually. Yeah, no, they already are. It's ridiculous. And it sucks because I don't have a lot of comments. So the comments I feel like there's only like a couple good comments, but all the comments that are there are all the bad ones. It's like, come on, you guys. You don't understand. Like people that aren't living with it themselves, I feel like they're not going to understand because they're like, you're just, you know, taping embarrassing moments. But the whole point is that's what I want to show is those moments where you could tell that she has dementia, so you could see what it's like to live with it, and people that don't have any experience with it, they don't understand that, like, how it actually can help because, like I said, these other channels have helped me, like, be a little bit more patient with her, just to feel like you're not alone. It really has. They've helped me. So I watch them because it helps me with her. So if mine can help somebody else dealing with it. So I feel like the people that are commenting those bad things are the people that just they don't understand because they don't have they've never experienced any of it. But I feel like the people that have lived it and have like a relative that's going through it, I feel like I don't think that those people are going to be the ones getting offended. It's going to be the people that don't have experience, I feel like. So I know exactly. It's educating. Thank you. That's what people understand. You're educating, not exploiting. And my grandma, she don't care. And yeah, she doesn't always realize you're recording because she's not all there. But she wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? She does, and doesn't even know any better. So it's not like, oh my God, this is embarrassing her. No, she doesn't know any better. And if she was, she wouldn't care. Like before she started getting bad, like she did that video with me and she would have, done more videos with me. But now like after she got COVID, like over a year ago, it like progressed her dementia real bad. So now she would never. I mean, she does. You see, like she'll come upstairs and say hi, but she doesn't really know what's going on. So, oh, laugh a day. I know they do. So this is where I'll see the difference between TikTok and YouTube. So I already got the TikTok going. Now I'm going to get the YouTube. I'll probably start uploading the YouTube. I have like 4 or 5 that I'll just upload all of them that I already have recorded. So I'll see the comparison of the attitudes. I have a feeling that YouTube's going to be much more like cool about it than TikTok, but I don't know. I could be wrong. We'll see. But I just hope the feedback. Well, I know I have you guys, so like it'll be okay with all my regular people from here. But man, all the people that are from TikTok, they don't know me at all. So maybe, but still, though, I don't know. I know, Danielle. I wish I wouldn't have read the comments, but I didn't expect them all. I didn't expect it to be bad right away. Like I just thought they'd be good. I'm like, oh, let me see, and then I'm like, oh shoot. Yeah, I love watching them. That's what I'm saying. Like, I like watching it. And it like when I watch the other people's, it's like I relate to it so much. It's like, oh my God, yes, it's exactly like it reminds me so much of my grandma, you know? All right, guys. So yeah, I think I'm gonna change. I think that's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna change my live Zavgirl live streams into my grandma's channel since I don't really use it for live streams, and that way I already have it started and going. What do you think? So, yes, yes, yes. Me and my mom find the weirdest thing. Yeah. We'll be like, I'm trying to think of an example. We'll be like, why is that there? I'll like open a drawer. I'll be like, wait, why is this in here? It's like something that definitely doesn't belong in the spot. Yes. Me and my mom will find. We'll just laugh at each other. You know, you just have to laugh. So because if not, you'll go crazy because it is hard. It's not, yeah, I'm talking about it, I'm laughing and you'll see some funny things, but it's not, it's hard. Like living 24 hours, it's really is hard living with somebody like that because it's like they don't understand and they'll ask like something over and over and you'll tell them and they're not understanding. And another thing is like you'll hear that I'm talking really loud to her because she can't hear. She has trouble hearing. So I have a feeling people are going to think I'm yelling at her, but I'm not. You just have to talk loud. So if you don't talk loud enough, she'll be like, I can't hear you. But then when you start talking loud, she'll be like, why are you yelling at me? And I'm like, Grandma, because you can't hear, And then there might be times where it's like, people are like, well, you're confusing her. That was another comment. Why are you confusing her? But they don't understand. It doesn't matter how you answer. She's always going to be confused. So maybe someday I'm like just having like a bad, maybe a bad day. So it's just like, oh yeah, you answer one way. And the next day you'll answer a different way. But it's not like that if you answer like in a certain way that it's going to be like, oh, then that'll help her. It doesn't matter. She's still confused. Or she'll wake up in the middle of the night. What time is it? I'll tell her. Like 1:00, you have to go back to bed. What time is it? 1:00, you got to go back. What time is it? Over and over. She doesn't even understand the time. So it's like I feel like some of these videos, like it might think you might hear and be like, wow, why aren't you being like nicer or like saying this or answering this? But you don't understand, you're living with it every day and it doesn't make a difference. It really doesn't. So you just, and like I said, I'll be talking loud because she can't hear. So yeah, that one person's like, you're just confusing her more. And I'm like, no, I mean, no, it doesn't matter. You could either say you could go along with it sometimes. You could question it. I mean, either way, it's just. But thank you, Danielle, for joining. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I do, but like, let's say, like, it might catch me on a day where I'm not. It's not that like these like people have to remember that this is like a 24-hour a day, like every day. So yeah, maybe not every time I answer perfectly the way that it should be answered, but it's like, it's just hard. So yeah, all right, I'm gonna go. But wait, captions to explain what though? Because it doesn't like, I feel like if it's going to be hard. Like, I'm not going to be able to explain every scenario because I know with the comments, that's why it's probably better if I don't look at every comment because then I'm going to have to like explain like everything. Like, why did you do this? And like, it'll take me forever and you'll never win because you'll always have somebody that's just getting on me. So I have to learn to probably just ignore the bad ones, maybe explain a little bit, but I won't be able to answer all of them. So I know I'm going to be getting a lot of bad ones on how I'm reacting, the exploiting. I mean, I expected it. I just didn't expect it, like all of them to be like that so far. Or like people trying to tell me how I could be better at it, which that could be helpful. They could teach me things, but it's just, I don't think anybody until they're in that situation is going to really understand. And I'm like yeah, there was already somebody saying, "Oh, I work as a nurse," or whatever. That comment, she wasn't even that bad, really. She was just giving me a tip. But like, for instance, some people will like that they work with them, so they'll think, "Oh, we'll just do this or do that." But like, I live so like I don't get to go home after work and get away. So it's even a little bit different than somebody that just does it as a job and then they get to go home and leave. This is like all the time, you know? So yeah. And then I figured it also will help me because it does get like stressful. But if it's like, ooh, I'm kind of like showing everybody and we're teaching people and I'm like making a video, it'll be like like almost easier, if that makes sense, because it'll be like there'll be a purpose. I don't know, a purpose, and then I know it's like maybe possibly helping somebody else, so it might make it easier, if that makes sense, doing this channel. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, yeah. She gets like you can't tell her, like, criticize her on anything. Like, if and sometimes, you know, you need to be like, "Oh, grandma, you can't do that," or "You did this," or "Be careful," or "Don't do this." But you can't, like, she gets so mad. She's like, "Why I can't do anything? Why you act like I can't do anything?" And then, like, even to my mom too, it's like she gets so mad, and it's like, even I have to get told, like, no, or get told things if, like, you know, you're doing something wrong. It's not about just you, because you know what I'm saying? It's not about her. It's about that's the way life is. If something you need to tell somebody something like, "Oh no, grandma, don't touch that," or "Oh no, grandma, that's not how that works," or "Oh no, grandma, I'll clean that," or "I got that," because sometimes my mom doesn't want her doing things, but then she gets mad. Yeah, she does. She thinks like we're treating her like she doesn't know how to do it. It's like, no. Very defensive. Yes, that's a perfect word. So defensive. And it's hard because it's like, no, you shouldn't be doing that. Or it's like even like taking Zeke out. No, oh grandma, I'll take him out, or I'll put the harness. What, you don't think I could do it? It's like, no, I was just trying to help. It's not that. It's like we're just trying to help. And she just thinks that we're like picking on her. And it's like, no. Or like her worrying so much if my mom leaves, like, when is she coming home? Oh no, no, something's wrong, something's wrong. It's like, no, she said she'd be home. She just left. She come up crying. Nighttime's the worst, but yeah, she'll like cry a lot. Like if my mom is not even late, but she thinks she's late, or if she's gone like too long, she thinks. So yeah. Yeah, you think I'm stupid? Yeah. So yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, do the manifesto, and then I'll do a community post when I upload some of the other videos, so you guys could go uh watch the grandma ones. All right, bye, everybody.